Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. Oh, I can't hear myself. That's all right. Welcome everybody here. It's 1 o'clock, so the meeting is about to commence. I just wanted to share with Council, in case we weren't aware, that very unfortunately, former Councillor Grant Ward has passed away last Wednesday evening. Grant was a member of Council from 2002 until 2014. Grant contributed greatly to the community during that time and throughout his efforts in all areas, and he will be greatly missed. And our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family at this sad time. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, so the first item is on the, oh, sorry, I better back it up a bit. I am the acting mayor, and so Mayor Froese is not able to join us today, so I will be chairing the meetings today. And Mayor Froese does send his regrets. So the first item on the agenda is the adoption and receipt of the agenda items of the regular council meeting held on October the 5th, 2020. May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Ferguson.
Davis.
Moved by Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Long.
It was
Davis. Sorry, Councillor Davis. Thank you. So I'll now ask the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, any opposed? No. Okay, it carries unanimously. Thank you. So B, the adoption of the minutes. The next item is the adoption of the minutes of the regular council meeting of September 21st, 2020. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councillor Davis, seconded it
Long.
by Councillor Long. Does anybody have any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? No. Seeing none, it's unanimous. Item D on the agenda, presentations. There's a series. So the first item on the agenda, D1. So may I have a motion to receive the presentation regarding Fire Prevention Week? Davis, thank you. And Councillor Whitmarsh, seconds. Yep. Thank you very much. So we'd like to welcome Krista Barton, who is our public life safety educator, and ask her if she could please commence with her presentation today.
Good afternoon, Acting Mayor Arneson and councillors. As you mentioned, my name is Krista Barton and I'm the Public Fire and Life Safety Educator with the Township Langley Fire Department. I want to thank you for allowing me to present today. I will be talking about Fire Prevention Week, its theme, our campaign, and I'll also be discussing briefly about our balcony fire safety campaign that we have going on. I'm just going to go to a PowerPoint here. Share this for everyone. Is everybody able to see?
Madam Chair, I wonder if I might just make a note here as a point of order.
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry, it's Councillor Richter here. I've just been informed that on the live stream there is sound, but there is no video. So these pictures will not be seen.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Richter, for pointing that out. We're going to investigate on the technology side and see if we can rectify the problem. But I don't know how long that would take. So if it just takes maybe a minute, we should wait. And if it takes longer than that, we'll just proceed with the item in the hope that eventually we'll be able to all see the PowerPoint. If it's a small glitch. Thank you, Krista, if you don't mind.
Nope, no problem at all.
Okay, thank you. No?
They're working on it now. They tested it an hour ago. It worked fine, and now it's fine.
Okay, so I just received an update from the clerk. So apparently an hour ago, everything was fine. Now there's a glitch, and so they're working on it. So I think in the interest of time, it's likely best just to go and proceed with this. And hopefully at some point during the presentation, we'll be able to see the PowerPoint. So thank you, Krista. You can go ahead.
Perfect. So this week is National Fire Prevention Week. It's observed each year during the week of October 9th in remembrance of the Great Chicago Fire, which began on October 8th, 1881 and caused devastating damage. This year's campaign, Serving Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen, this campaign works to educate everyone about simple but important actions you can take to keep yourself and those around you safe in the kitchen. To this day, cooking is the #1 cause of home fires and home fire injuries. We can get distracted by family members, phone calls, TV, and walk away from what we're cooking. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of fires in a kitchen, and cooking equipment such as stoves causes 49% of home fires. This year, we have several media-based campaigns happening. We have a bus ad that is actually going up today. It features our message, which is keep looking at what you're cooking. We also have social media posts that have gone up on Facebook and Twitter this week and last week, featuring our messages and our link to our fire initiatives page on the website. We are also running township page ads in the newspaper, and of course, the website has also been updated with key messages. I did have some images to show you all, but I can forward that information to you afterwards. Our balcony fire safety campaign started in early 2019. We've had several calls to structure fires at condos and apartment buildings. Many of these calls actually turned out to be individuals utilizing propane, natural gas, campfires, or fire tables on their balconies. In response to these calls, Fire Prevention developed and started delivering a new residential door hanger initiative. This summer, after the unfortunate balcony fire in Langley City and some close calls in the township, we re-looked at our door hanger from last year and designed the new balcony fire safety campaign. At the end of September, Fire Prevention has completed the delivery of balcony fire safety door hangers to all condo and apartment buildings in the Township of Langley. Since 2019, we have delivered over 5,400 door hangers to 73 buildings. Fire Prevention, along with the assistance of our career crews, are now moving into our next phase of delivering door hangers to all townhouse complexes in the township. We expect to deliver over 10,000 door hangers. And this, I was going to mention our new door hanger includes information on smoking materials, flammable and combustible materials, and barbecue and gas appliances. To conclude, both of these campaigns provide fire safety information to the community and continue our goal of making the Township of Langley fire safe. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Council, if anybody has any questions, could you please raise your hand?
Raise the hand, raise the hand, raise the hand. Hang on, how do you do that? Hold on, raise hand. There we go. Oh, no, there we go.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Long. Go ahead.
Am I on? Okay, yeah. Well, I appreciate the presentation, and I didn't see a mention in there, although I'm not sure as we're able to mandate, apparently not, but encourage those that are in apartments and have condominiums with balconies to have a fire extinguisher. So what efforts do we have in that respect to encourage residents to have a fire extinguisher in the house? Is there a place they can purchase one at a reasonable rate from the township, or anything else that can be done to encourage having a fire extinguisher on premises? Please.
Yes. So, Councillor Long, yeah, when we do all of our fire safety presentations, we do bring up the importance of having a portable extinguisher and knowing how to use it. When we do community events and things like that, we also talk about it. This one, this particular door hanger featured a little bit more of the materials and things like that, but we do have materials available, and it's on the website as well. Some information on portable extinguishers, and people can go to Canadian Tire, Home Depots, those kind of places to purchase those types of things. We recommend a 5-pound extinguisher. For a home. If you have multiple levels, we recommend 1 extinguisher per floor.
Great. Yeah, I think that's a very important initiative, because sometimes and very often a fire may start out very small, and by the time you've kind of panicked and run around, well, you know, it's grown considerably. So giving it a shot of a fire extinguisher could eliminate the whole thing. So thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, I did have Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, did you still have a question?
Well, I actually, it's just a follow up on extinguishers, because sometimes that's, and Councillor Long alluded, but I know that in some cases a fire extinguisher can give another 60 or 80 or seconds anyhow. So I was just, it's important that that you have a fire extinguisher, but know where it is. That's the other thing. Anyhow, thank you for education and having your smoke alarms up to date. New batteries is real important, and thank you for what you do. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Chief Barton. My question to you is a little bit beyond probably your scope, but it's certainly a concern. 2 things. The first thing is, if folks in our community see smoke anywhere, always report it to the fire department. That's number 1. And you might want to comment on that. Second is that it's on everyone's mind is forest fires and brush fires and the like. Can you comment on either one of those questions?
Yes, for your first question, definitely we recommend people, if they see any smoke or fire anywhere within the township or anywhere really, that they contact and call 911. We never quite know what it is. Somebody could be burning in their backyard. It could be a barn or a structure that's on fire. So anytime anybody is unsure or sees anything like that, we do recommend calling 911. Now going towards your second mention about the forest fires, for us, it's we don't see as much, but definitely it is always in our minds of how we can help or assist anybody for that matter. But we always recommend people are cleaning up their leaves, making sure that the stuff is away from their houses and things like that during this, especially this time of year, that they are doing some yard cleanup, so we don't see any incidents occur.
Thank you.
Councillor Richter.
Yes, Councillor Ferguson's question on forest fires led me to one, and I'm not sure that Krista Barton will be able to answer it, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Do we know what's happening yet with outdoor burning this fall?
At this point, I cannot give a definite answer. I'd have to refer to Chief Gamble at this point.
Okay, great. Well, I'll maybe ask that under other business then. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're very welcome. Just a quick note, we are hoping, of course, that we can go ahead, but we are still trying to determine.
Well, I guess part of what I'm concerned about is the pile of brush that's mounting in my backyard and several of my other neighbors' backyards. It's going to be one heck of an outdoor burning season if we ever get around to it. Thank you.
For sure.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for the presentation. All right. Thank you. There's always a bit of a time lag, unfortunately, with Zoom, so thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number D2. May I have a motion to receive the presentation regarding the reopening plan for the Township of Langley
move, Ferguson.
Recreation Facilities. Moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconder? Whitmarsh. Thank you very much. So we will now welcome Mr. Rob Stair, and he will proceed with his presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll help Rob get this started. And the purpose of our presentation today is really to provide an opportunity for council to ask and answer, have answered any questions they may have under the report labeled E5, the Recreation Facility Update. With that report, there's a few recommendations that we think capture the moment, but of course they're certainly open to further refinement from council. The situation we face ourselves with regards to the recreation facilities is always challenging. We'd very much like to see them all open with the same level of usage as we've historically seen. It's become very difficult though, because it's a challenge not only from the population, the public, but also from the staff in terms of actually trying to deal with the ever-changing rules and the ever-changing environment with people around us, the other communities that are around us in terms of what they're actually doing. So we thought we'd touch upon the approval processes, what the municipalities are doing, and optional strategies for reopening that we think are consistent with the recommendations contained in report E5. We thought we'd begin with a brief overview of the approval process that we now have. The approval process that we now have that we're looking at, which is the next slide, really deals with the focus of safety issues, trying to make sure that we're always dealing with the safety issues as the first and foremost. With that, we try to we're just confirming that Rob has to move the screen over. With the safety focus, we're always trying to deal with the issue of financial accountability and the short-term and the long-term, implications of that. Having said that, we wanted to make it clear that our primary concern is the safety issues and our interpretation of what the public health authorities are requesting, but we fully acknowledge that there's a difference between communities in terms of how those are being interpreted, or by user groups in terms of what they think is actually necessary. The important thing we want to mention is the liability issues or where they reside. The decision on the liability issues always remain with the township. The local users themselves are always going to be the ones that are facing the challenges. So it's going to be something we have to consider in the background. And in doing so, we try to consult with the other entities that are out there, being the user groups, other communities, the professionals that are available to us, so we have a consistency in terms of what we're trying to do, and where possible consistent with others. It's that entire process that leads to the TOL approvals that we're seeing, both on specific infrastructure or recreation facilities, or specifically to the user groups using, whether it be playing fields or whatnot. In that regard, we can comment, Mr. Stair, next slide. So in regards to the what other municipalities are doing, we can also comment that that we are seeing a great variety of what they're actually up to. While there is some suggestions, I guess, that there's uniformity, our researchers show quite the opposite. There is not uniformity out there, and that even when there are maybe facilities that people believe are open, they may have very limited capacities as well, that it may only be part of the facilities that are actually operating because of some of the constraints and restrictions that we're now seeing. As we delve into that, it's important to note that while you may have a gymnasium open, the actual area around it, the service counter, the meeting rooms, the other areas may very well still be closed because of the enhanced cleaning requirements that are actually out there. So it's very much varying. And when we look at it, we think we're probably about the middle of the pack. There's certainly some that are more open in some areas and some that are more restrictive. Other municipalities, for example, have not yet even opened some of their ice facilities. So it becomes a challenge in terms of trying to reconcile those varying approaches. In that, we think we've seen from the public's perspective that there's a continued recognition of this variability, and we're seeing the focus really, I think, becoming more down to asking when and how the municipality can reopen, what is the EOC's position, what is a council wishes to see, and I think we all would like to see opening as quickly as we could, but again, being both responsible from a health and safety perspective and their fiscal recognition. So as we go to our next slide, this is contained in the report. The next slide actually shows the various, elements that we've looked at and the information that's available to us. And Mr. Stair, once you can bring that slide up, I'll let you comment in terms of what the slide actually represents in terms of our previous direction, our additional reopening, substantial reopening, the full services model, the financial implications associated with that, and as well our proposal, which is contained in the resolution, to start by opening gradually. Mr. Stair, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Mark. So the what is being proposed on this slide here, the green section is meant to show what we are currently doing with previous direction. We've opened Aldergrove Arena and George Preston Arena and curling rinks, and also the Aldergrove pool. I know we gave an update to Mayor and Council on how that was going, and in September, and continues to go well. And that's at the time we had noted about a $211,000 additional expense to the end of 2020, and we've extrapolated that forward to what that looks like into 2021, and potential implication to taxes. And so the next line there is the additional reopening. So it has, we're proposing in our report here to open the W.C. Blair pool. And in early November, we've had various requests from those with rehabilitative needs, seniors, families. It's a great pool for all those needs. And this would be our second year-round pool that we'd be opening. So the implications to the end of the year is approximately $174,000 for a $385,000 expense. And then we've extrapolated that forward, what the implications might be for 2021 of $870,000. So just with the 2021 financial implications, I just want to let Council know those are, before we've finished budget, those are some forecasting numbers based on the model that we've been using, and which seems fairly accurate and detailed with, down to the staff expense and supplies costs. And then the next one, we've also included in our alternative section in the report, more substantial reopening. So if there's an appetite to extend further beyond the Blair pool and the other ones that are already open, we have included the Walnut Grove pool, also to rentals and public swim. And then we also got some other services we've included in there into January 2021. So there is, again, the implications with that financially, obviously the benefits of broadening into a good variety of communities and having recreation opportunities for the community in every other area, would be great. And then the big thing with that, obviously, is the potential tax implication of upwards of 3.2% there. So I think you can read through the report and get more details. The full services option is more substantial. So that's getting back into programming, still assuming capacities are limited, and that our hours are limited, and also dealing with still cleaning and additional supplies. What's unknown, obviously, is at what point that might change, and maybe sometime into 2021, but we haven't speculated on that in this report. So, Mark, back to you.
The audio is not clear, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Yes, we're rectifying the problem. We are waving like this, but yeah. Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you.
We've got it now, I think. Thank you for your indulgence. So, yeah, as we begin, I wanted just to reiterate that the primary concern, of course, is going to be safety. And some of the reasons these costs are as they are is because there is enhanced cleaning and enhanced requirements to make sure there's segregation of the users themselves. So it's an ongoing challenge, because what we're really experiencing is increased costs from the pandemic, and as well we're seeing less revenue, as we're seeing that many of our companion municipalities, neighbors out there, they're seeing revenues in the range of 25 to say 30% of what was originally anticipated. So as we begin to look at this, I then come down to the question of the revenue implications. It's labeled here tax increase implications, and that's based on the assumption that our revenue comes primarily from taxes. But that's not to suggest that we're at this point where this is relating to tax increases. I think we're probably better off for the purposes of our discussion to look at these as being revenue implications, meaning that we have to raise revenue to cover these amounts, and that the equivalent, if it was relying solely upon taxation, would be the percentages you see here from 1 to 7. Having said that, as we've seen in the past, our ability to look at tax increases is fairly, indicative of the fact that our other streams of revenue are not always available to us. So it's something to keep in the back of our mind. And we begin with the fact that last term, we embarked upon several initiatives, including public safety enhancements for our CMP, as well as some acquisition of some property matters that built in the need to increase revenue or decrease costs by about the 7% range, which is added into the report. So the numbers you see here then would suggest that we have to, again, if we take even the additional opening as we're contemplating, we have to actually raise revenues or decrease expenses by the 1.67%, which when we add to the previous budget gives us a bit of a challenge going forward. Again, we'll get into that more so in the process of dealing with the budget, but we're trying to give council an indication as to why we're at where we are, both from the health and safety concerns, but the short and long-term financial implications, and why we think it's at this point appropriate to start with the additional reopening of the the WC Blair pool, and to later on phase in the Walnut Grove pool, perhaps in early 2021. So it gives us a bit of a sense of where we're starting and where we're headed to, and as well trying to ensure that we're meeting both of the threshold tests of the health and safety concerns and the need to try to get our centers back up and operating with this unexpected, unforeseen, and unpredictable situation regarding economic implications. So, Mr. Stair, anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think, I mean, we're all ready to go with whatever decision council would like to make. We'll be, moving forward with, additional rehiring as necessary, and putting all the safety measures in place as we've been doing at other sites, and bringing them to the new spaces that get approved. So, yeah.
So, Madam Chair, where we're at then is we finished our presentation, and we are now looking at, answering any questions from the presentation or in anticipation of report E5 recreation facility update. So hopefully we can streamline council's, processing of those resolutions when we get to that part of the agenda.
Whoops. Unmute. There we go. Sorry. I'm pressing the wrong button. Thank you very much, Mr. Stair and Mr. Backen, for giving us a background with respect to the presentation. So as Mr. Backen mentioned, we do have an opportunity now for council to ask questions. And so I have a list, and the first on the list is Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Backen, I have a number of questions about the report, but I'm wondering if I could start here with this table to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. So right now, with just having reopened what we've reopened, so the top line there, the green line, it's saying that because we're not having the participation rates, that we're going to have a 1% tax increase to cover the costs that are no longer being offset by revenues that come in from users. Is that correct?
Pretty close. The reason I say pretty close is we're going to have to either decrease expenses or increase revenues by 1%. given where we've been in the last year, it's possible to look beyond tax increases, but the shorthand note here is to reference tax increases to significantly indicate the impact it would actually have. So while we're not exclusively looking at the tax increases as the issue, it certainly represents the revenue that we have to raise and the equivalent impact on taxes. So I just want to emphasize, we're not committing to it at this point, but we certainly are committing to, I guess, needing to raise that revenue as where we're at now and where we're going to.
Okay. Now, the next line down, which is about reopening the W.C. Blair pool, it says it's 1.67%. Now, is that 1.67 plus the 1% above, or does the 1.67 include the 1% in the line above?
Now, Mr. Stair, I'll let you respond to that.
Sorry, yeah, it includes the line above, so it's an additional 0.67%.
0.67, okay.
Yeah, so the total is 2.17 million.
All right, so we're looking at, just to reopen this one pool, an additional 1.67 in either cost adjustments or revenue increases. And this could go all the way up to a 7% tax increase. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I note in the paper that on page 4, there's reference to Vancouver using a cost recovery model. Are we looking at doing something like that ourselves to go to full cost recovery, which would, of course, require increased user fees, I would imagine?
Yeah, I can comment on that. So currently for contracts, we are charging for the cost of one lifeguard. We are providing 2 lifeguards. We're, if you will, we're splitting the difference for the user groups, knowing that there are costs involved, but also we're not assuming all the costs currently. So beyond that, definitely something we can consider if we want to expand the fees and charges model. I know Vancouver is had proposed that for the one of the swim clubs there, that they were going to pay for the lifeguard and cleaning costs. And then the other thing that we are working on is looking at our overall business model and just looking, what that's going to be when we do get to a full reopening, and what are our core services, and revisiting all that. So.
Okay.
And if I can just elaborate on that, we're embarking upon a process prior to the budget to try to do a business case analysis of each of our centers, but also each of the compartments, processes, and divisions within those centers. So we're trying to actually drill down more significantly to see where we can perhaps raise revenues, where we can reapportion our services, where we can partner with some of the private sector users to perhaps have them deal with things such as some of the fitness classes that are going on. That's all in development, but that won't be ready until we actually get into the budget process itself.
Well, and that, thank you very much, Mr. Back, and that raises another question for me. Have we given any consideration to outsourcing these facilities completely? So if the swim clubs want the facilities open for their use, that we just simply let them take over and run the building?
It's a very good question. It's something that we probably wouldn't quite do so broadly. There are certain things that we know the private sector can do very well, and certain things that would be very difficult for them to make their revenue and expense models work. The operation of swimming pools has been a challenge in Parks and Recreation for quite some time. And in most cases, we're seeing those as being municipally operated, and we would anticipate that would remain. Now, the programming of some of those have been, adjusted from time to time by mixed models of both having public sessions or by having even some private sector sessions. And it's something we want to explore through the business case. In all likelihood, though, we're not likely to see much of a change in those specific aquatic areas, but there's other areas, operations of some of the beverages, the amenities that go along with it, also operation of some of the meeting rooms or operation of some of the fitness facilities or other things that may stem from that may, not saying they would, but they may stand alone quite well. So that's something we'll be trying to focus on in terms of trying to look at it from a business case in terms of where we can actually provide the best service to the public given the available resources.
Okay, well, I'd be very interested in knowing more about the specifics of the Vancouver cost recovery model, if we can get more details on that. The other question that I had relative to this is with regards to this particular pool, the WC Blair, what percentage of city residents use that pool? And would we be entertaining charging them a higher fee in terms of cost recovery?
Mr. Stair, I'll try, but you'll have to comment as we get into it. I believe the usage by city residents probably reflects about the population split. It's about a 75, 25, 80, 20 type split. So that does remain, and that is the primary aquatic facility they would use in the wintertime, with the Al Anderson pool being a summertime pool. The topic of differential pricing is a very difficult one, because it's not only identifying the boundaries, but it's also the proof element that we have to deal with in terms of how do we validate for those that come forward if they're actually truly within the township or within the city. And on occasion, the cost of doing so has often exceeded some of the revenue things we're looking at. But having said that, I think it's something we continue to scratch our heads about, trying to figure out if there's a way to actually entertain, I guess, a greater cost recovery from those persons that are part of our property tax base. Mr. Stair?
I would concur with all your comments. Yeah, we don't have, at this time, we don't have the full breakdown. Obviously, it seems to be changing times here. We've only had just started a new system when we were in shutdown. And so that'd be something we would be tracking moving forward with all our openings. We've been doing that, obviously, with needing to take information for people's registrations for all the swims. So we'll be able to track that a lot closer.
She was, but she disappeared.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Backen, at one point, the city did provide us with money towards this pool because it was considered a joint pool of sorts. My understanding is we no longer get any kind of operational monies from the city at all, yet their residents use this pool. Is that correct?
Mr. Stair, as I recall, they broke away from the joint venture, I think, in the early 2000s. There was some provisional funds that were provided, but I believe they've all come to an end. Is that your understanding as well, that there's no direct contributions as to this facility?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have two more questions, if I may, Madam Mayor. I have, with regards to the EOC, and Mr. Backen, this is probably a question for you. Do we have any indication at this point on going back to shutdown, similar to what we're seeing happen right now in Ontario and Quebec, due to the second wave that we're in across Canada? So has there been any indication that we might be stepping back? And my second question is, if there is an indication that we might have to go back to close down situation again, if staff are recalled and have to be laid off a second time now due to provincial orders, how long a paid staff notification period are we required to give under the existing collective agreement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Timely topics and actually very complicated topics. So beginning with I guess, trying to predict the future, there is no direct suggestion of a return to, I guess, pre-loosening requirements, unless there is a significant, I guess, change in the rate of impact from people suffering from the COVID. At this point, and I guess this can change daily, we're understanding there's been a bit of a lessening, although I haven't seen today's impact. That means that as we were prior to the weekend, we weren't anticipating that. What occurred over the weekend then was some of the things we're seeing in Quebec and Ontario, where there is a greater degree of infections occurring. And what we understand is that if that degree, percentage change were to occur here, we likely would see some tightening of the rules and regulations again. That makes it very challenging for us, because that direction has literally changed over the weekend, and we can see situations where it tightens or loosens very much that quickly. Our predictors, or our ability to predict, is very much based upon what the province or the health authorities are advising us, and we quite as much as the public quite frequently rely simply on what's being broadcast over the public news system. So that all makes it very challenging for us in terms of the predictions. So at this point, we don't have a path to tightening. We have the possibility of it. What's happening on the East Coast certainly is getting everyone's attention, but the underlying facts and the data would have to be resident here. But is it possible we would have a tightening? Very much so. It would simply take I think a return to the numbers that we saw pre the weekend, from the weekend, that we would then have to look at that, or the health authority would. To your second question, it's actually even more complicated because we do have our, memorandum of agreement as to the union as to recalls. And that was a document carefully thought out, I think, by both parties trying to work with the very challenging situation we're facing ourselves. And it was a compromise that was reached that does provide some latitude to use auxiliary workers where we can, I guess I would say in the interim process to opening. But once we actually get to an opening, then there's a need to recall the professionals that we require to actually operate. If they're fully recalled at that point, then we would have to go through and the situation changes, we would have to go through a further layoff process if the situation changed. And you're quite right. In one scenario, and emphasizing one scenario, there could be the necessity to provide additional notice, 6 weeks, which adds to our cost base, because traditionally what that means, and we've seen it happen in the past, is it means that we have the people there. There's some people in attendance, and all of a sudden the clientele evaporates because of the increase in the COVID. So we then have to provide adequate notice going forward. So the short answer is yes, there are scenarios where that could occur, and there are scenarios where we may have to see a greater tightening back to a phase one, and we certainly hope that that's not the case.
Yeah, I hope so too. But if we do have to do that, then it's a 6 month paid or a 6 week paid period for the staff if we have to lay them off again.
In one of the scenarios, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask these questions.
Thank you. They were very good questions. Now we have Councillor Davis.
Yes, thank you. You know, a lot of information was brought forth there. I guess my one question, I had a couple questions, but they've been covered, but less revenue and added costs. You know, and then if, well, maybe a question to add, because there was a lot of information there, and it was all good. The cost, number one cost driver for running the pool, is it in the personnel, or is it in the building, or is it in the natural gas? What's the number one cost? And because 800 for next year's budget for $873,000 for 2020 seems high. However, what's the number one cost? Like, what would it be? Labor?
Yes. Yeah, no, we can delve into that. The number one cost is always going to be your labor costs, but unlike some industries where you can actually see a scaling back of labor because you've got decreased number of clients, it doesn't work that well in the aquatic world, because there's health and safety guidelines as to how many lifeguards, for example, you have to have on the floor to ensure that they can see all parts of the pool. So an illustration would be, and this is a very simplified illustration and the numbers don't quite equate, but if you had a pool of, say, 200 people, you'd have to have 4 lifeguards on deck to make sure that they were meeting the requirements for the view corridors. If you add more amenities such as slides or dive towers, it becomes more so. But sticking to the basic example, if you have a deck and there's 4 lifeguards on it, they may be watching 200 people in the pool. Now what we are facing in the COVID environment is the fact that we may have 20 people in the pool or 50 people in the pool, which would very likely be a max. You would still need to have the same 4 lifeguards there, because you have to have the view corridors to make sure that there's no one that's in distress. When you combine that with the pre-cleaning and post-cleaning, you're actually seeing your expenses then go up, your revenues going down, with the result that the costs are what you see before you. And it becomes very complex to try to manage, because, of course, where possible, you'd like to see, well, maybe not 4 lifeguards, but 3 lifeguards. And where we can, we certainly try that. But, of course, we have to then defer back to the workers' compensation and collective agreement, and as well the health and safety guidelines that exist to ensure that we meet the thresholds, because effectively to operate it, it's the same number of people. It's just going to be the number of people in attendance.
Yes, and it's not just lifeguards. It's you've got to have a maintenance man, and you've got to have somebody running the till, and then you've got to have extra to keep it clean. And then, like you say, we cut it from 200 to 50. Oh, I know that we're, as counselors or as staff, we're under pressure to opening it, but it's pretty tough. It's not as simple as, well, we're saving money right now because we're not open. It's not that at all. It's, do we open it and then in months from now have to reclose it? That, like, it just keeps costing an awful lot of money. But anyhow, yeah, okay. Just those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you see, there's my active pass. I'm a big pool user, recreation user. I know that Councillor Davis, I often see him there with his family, and I know Councillor Kuntz is always skating on the ice out there, amongst, I'm sure other members of councillors are using the facilities as well. The one thing that didn't come up that much in the report, I'm sure it might be hitting somewhere, is that the numbers you're allowed on the site. That's my very first question either to Mr. Stair or Mr. Backen. I mean, what numbers are you allowed, given the staff, given patrons, giving other uses? That's my first question.
Mr. Stair?
Yes, so the current numbers for Aldergrove, for instance, for Aldergrove Pool, we're allowing upwards of 50. And that's both in compliance with the public health order for gatherings, and it especially applies for the user groups where maybe deemed considered an event, and that includes our 2 people typically on deck there, with 1 in the off deck area, which would mean that they would have upwards of 48. Right now we're registering 48 people for public swims now. We upped it from the 40 that we started with. And then we've also added the lap swims, but they're not nearing those numbers. So for the arenas, we are still, the EOC in Langley has approved 50 in the arenas. However, what that looks like varies by group, as they have to deal with different areas that they're going to, whether it be the change rooms or actual on ice. And also, as they look to move towards competition, a lot of groups are looking to increase the numbers on the ice. We started with 14 on the ice, which was pretty typical for most municipalities, and have since gone to, for a lot of the groups, upwards of 25. But it really depends on what the groups are asking for. And we've been working with each group individually and approving it with EOC's approval as well.
I guess if I may, Mr. Stair, I mean, it's 50 people is not that very many. I think you got staff and things like that. I mean, you look at the cost. We talked about recoveries. We talked about what's a rec center. We're talking about the track. We're talking about other things that people would use. I'm talking about indoor walking track. And the thing is, you have to really determine what you're going to use, what you're going to open. And obviously, in the end, with only 50 people, we're hoping that would go to 100 or something, or 200. I mean, that's one kind of a recap. But the last thing is our sports, our teams and sports out there playing right now. Are the soccer organizations playing, or the baseball, or the hockey, or did ball hockey happen this year? I know I'm asking an awful lot, but give me a 1-minute Cole's Note version.
Yeah, so a lot of the groups that would have been typical springtime, like ball hockey, lacrosse, did not play this year. And they typically would have ended by, sometime in June. If they played, it would have been very limited, or they might have used a private facility. And for the most part, those ones did not play. Competition is what a lot of groups want to get to, and there's a lot of information to sort through with that because there's cohorts within each sport organization is different, and so whether it be a swim club or a hockey team, there's different variables to look at. So definitely a lot of groups pushing to move towards competition, and I think we've been taking a cautious approach, but still moving forward to different parts that might enable that.
Thank you.
Next on the speakers list, we have Councillor Long.
Okay, yeah, thank you so kindly. A couple of questions. First of all, in the chart that we're looking at, it comes to mind in terms of geographical representation, why did we choose to open WCB? Or why is it being proposed? I don't see a chart that might tell us instead to open the Walnut Grove one. I know that we can probably extrapolate the numbers here somewhere, but was that not given a consideration given in terms of geographic? Because, you know, the Blair is already in Murrayville towards the eastern section of the township, whereas WC Blair being in the Willoughby Walnut Grove area might serve more residents in that respect.
Yeah, I can comment on that. The consideration, definitely both are considered. I think there's other factors as well involved. We do consider the Murrayville location still to be fairly central to the various parts of Langley. So that's partly with the location. The other parts with Murrayville or with the WC Blair pool having a single entry level, fairly easy access right to the pool. So safety factors involved there. And of course, the rehabilitative kind of purposes that we've received many phone calls and input from the community as well. And then at the end of that would be the smaller footprint of the pool and approximately 25% less financially than operating the Walnut Grove site.
You mean because the pool is smaller, you need less personnel? Is that what you mean?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if we shouldn't look at that number, or is, you know, as we go to the report, it's going to the report option is really is to open the Blair. So I don't know, Council and Madam Mayor or Assistant Acting Mayor, if we can entertain looking at what it would be to open Walnut Grove instead. But that's the way I would be leading, mainly because of geographic and because that facility is so popular. And then we also heard from the swim club that facility, Walnut Grove, might suit their purposes better because of the length of the pool being Olympic size, whereas I don't think they would be using Blair for any of their training sessions. So I see the challenge here, and I you know, it's very hard to actually believe, not that I don't believe it, but that it's an interesting example of how much the user fees contribute to the operation of the pool. So it's an eye opener, I suppose, but I really think we should be opening Walnut Grove before Blair. That's my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the report. It's really detailed, and it's what I was looking for when we asked for this a couple of weeks ago. And I know it was a very short time frame, so I appreciate the efforts that have gone into it. I had a couple of questions. I guess the one question I had probably just follows up on what Councillor Long was asking with regards to the two facilities. And I understand that WC Blair is about 25% less expensive to operate, but being that it's a larger facility, would it also have the ability to generate some additional revenues that maybe the WC Blair wouldn't? And I'm just wondering if the 25% represented total of budget expense, or whether that was simply just expenses and not considering revenues.
Yeah, so the financial piece considers a bit of both. There's additional costs, and there's also a maximum number that we're currently approved for within our EOC to go to with the 50. So whether you're open at Blair or you're open at Walnut Grove, the 50 number is the same. And so basically we're adding additional costs by opening Walnut Grove with having to guard bigger areas.
Now, Mr. Stair, just before Councillor Whitmarsh continues, there was two other elements to it. The other element is, I guess, the availability for competitive swimming. It certainly is limited, but I think we have seen some usage of the smaller facilities. But more importantly, the therapeutic uses. You should probably comment on each, because I think what we're also trying to balance is the needs of the therapeutic uses, which don't happen well in Walnut Grove. But if I'm wrong on that, please, elaborate.
Yeah, just the temperature at Blair is typically warmer and utilized primarily for therapeutic purposes, as well as just, I mean, families enjoy the warmer water as well.
Right. So just to follow up, is the Blair pool, is it a 6-lane 25 meter? Can they do 6 lanes 25 meter in there or not?
Yeah, it's not 6 lanes because it's a bit shallow. And to be honest, I would have to double check. There's, I believe there's 4 lanes for sure. I know it gets a bit shallow the closer you get to the shore, and typically used for water walking. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. So it's maybe 4 lanes of 25 meters that a swim club could use if that was the case.
Yeah, I'd have to verify. I know we had some different
If they have
on
short lanes, Rob, I think they can get 6 or even 8 if they have short. They split the lanes up. I go there quite a bit.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, so another question I had was in the plan that we have in front of us here, the substantial reopening talks about the Walnut Grove pool opening in January of 2021. Now, I'm wondering if we weren't to move forward at this time with a substantial reopening, what has there been thoughts of other dates? Like could the Walnut Grove pool, maybe it has a March date or a January date? So that's the first question. And then I guess the second part of the question would be that what about other aspects to that facility? And I know we're talking primarily swimming pools, which is where the biggest expense is, but what about, opening up the gymnasium portion of that facility or the fitness center portion of that facility, maybe prior to or earlier than opening up the pool? And is that a consideration? And I'm not sure what's happening with the, for example, the Aldergrove fitness center. Is that open or not? Or is it just the swimming pool? So I'm wondering if there's just thoughts around the different components of the Walnut Grove Center, which is a multifaceted center. It's not just a pool.
Right. So the factor right now, I think we're still wrapping our heads around a bit for Aldergrove, for instance, is we have multiple groups in the facility with the pool happening. Typically that is outside. Groups are asking for inside use for change rooms, so looking at adding that, and then also we have a lot of groups looking for 50 spectators, with the thought that is separate from the field of play. So there should be 50 indoor on the field of play and 50 in the seats. And so I think currently we are not offering the fitness in Aldergrove. And I think there's a lot that's still being settled out with the other areas before we would consider that further. I think we definitely have the breakdown for what that could look like with distancing, how many could be in the space, the expense for monitoring people in that area. We have all that for all of the different facilities, and that's something definitely we would consider. I think it makes sense to cluster what you're doing in the sites that are open. So opening up Walnut Grove Fitness on its own might present challenges with how they're getting into the building and how that's being monitored. If we're bringing in more staff to do that, then additional costs versus just having it monitored and sharing that cost, say if other services were open. So definitely something we have considered, and I think that's why we've included some additional money in the more substantial reopening area there.
Right. Okay. Because I'm just trying to get my head around, like if we were to, example, as council was to move forward with this additional reopening, if that was an option, what we've done by doing that is opening up the WCB, the Blair Pool, to rentals and public swims starting in early November, but we wouldn't have we wouldn't be stating anything specifically about what we're going to be doing with the other facilities and how they will slowly open. So we are talking about a slow reopening, but we would not be providing any information to the public on what that slow opening looks like for these other centers, whether that's a fitness center going first, then a pool, or whatever that might look like, and whether that's a January or March or June or whatever opening. It seems like we would just be stopping at, we'll open up the Blair Pool, and then I guess we'd have to ask for another report from staff to come in January or something to tell us what's next. Or I'm wondering how we would deal with the what's next if we were to just move forward with the additional reopening.
Yeah, I think depending on what options considered here for approval, we could provide further information further into the fall, say into November, with by the end of November, with additional reopenings, what that could look like, with the details on January opening for Blair or for Walnut Grove, or other services that council's highlighting.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Just to elaborate on that answer, part of the problem is trying to look at the environment with which we're operating. Right now, the challenge is it's changing so quickly that I think it would be prudent to continue to have discussions and have a variable opening date for Walnut Grove or any other facility, depending upon the circumstances. So I'm short at thinking that we probably would want to bring back a report and update prior to taking any definitive action, because it depends very much on what's happening from the health perspective and what council's perspective is on that.
Yeah, so I guess it would make sense to me, sort of just a final comment for me, is that if we were to move down that path of additional reopening, maybe we would schedule now, so the public knows we're continuing to move forward, but we would schedule now maybe for middle to end of November a subsequent report to update us, and have those scheduled as part of a meeting, knowing it's coming, so that we would not lose sight of the need to move forward.
So with one refinement, I would think we'd probably know more so by the month of December. So we'd probably suggest bringing it to one of the December meetings and checking in then, because November, unfortunately, is a great distance from January, and the situations are revolving and changing, perhaps even over a weekend.
Sure, that's fine. I'd be fine with that too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And on the speakers list for a second time, I have Councillor Richter.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of follow-up questions for staff. The first one, the report on page 3 says that ACUCC right now is operating at about 90% capacity. So there still appears to be an additional 10%. If we reopened WCB, what is the likely impact on that 90% from the reopening of WCB? Would we see the 90% drop down to 60%, for example? And well, anyway, that's my first question. I'll wait for an answer for that.
The report doesn't say 90%, it says 96%.
No, it says 90% since the fall.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the 96 was in this summertime, just up to Labor Day. And then just within the first few weeks of September, we were seeing about a 90% for the public swims, and times did change more to weekends for those public swims. So in the fall here, we've anticipated, a mix in our costing with it to account for probably some reduction and not quite up to the 90% range. So I believe it's in the 70% range is what we're anticipating as an average.
Okay. My second question pertains to page 8 of the report, which says if we reopen WCB, the estimated cost to operate the reopened facilities would be an additional 2.2 million through 2021. So that's 2.2 million for the playing fields and the WCB, or are there other facilities contemplated in that 2.2 million number?
Yes, so the 2.2 is both combined with what is currently open, George Preston, Aldergrove, pool and arenas there, and then adding in WC Blair. So that would be, it's 2.17 million.
Okay, so, but why is it that the chart here is only showing us 1.67 million? Or, oh, it's a 1.67% tax increase, got you. So that's where the 2.2 million is coming from. Okay, and the motion is asking for a pre-approved budget increase of 873,000 for 2021. So that's for what exactly?
So the additional money would be for reopening WC Blair for all of 2021. And that's the estimated amount to operate the pool there for with the reduced capacity and reduced revenues. Okay.
And I see that council has just received an email concerning the wage protection or the workforce adjustment agreement, stating that employees would not be eligible for a second 6-week wage protection. Mr. Backen, is this overall period or is this per fiscal year?
No, I think that's the confirmation that you're seeing that we were seeking, and we're very glad to say that this is suggesting that while the state of emergency is in effect, that is while the workplace agreements in effect, then that is the provisions that are in place, meaning that they're not eligible for further recall. If the state of emergency comes to an end, the agreement lapses, and then we're back to the regular language under a collective agreement, then there could be a scenario where there is the need for further information, but presumably that wouldn't be necessary as we're if the state of emergency is at an end, the crisis is at an end.
And so if we go into a second crisis, then the 6 weeks kicks in again on a second crisis.
Well, we'd have to actually then negotiate that through another agreement, because this agreement does lapse at the end of the state of emergency.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no further questions on the matter.
No, I'm up there.
Oh, did you just put your hand up? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Yes, so I was wondering if we're going to go now into the report, seeing we spent quite a bit of time on it and we've got ourselves around it. That was my first question. And if we are, I'm wondering if staff could provide some more information in regards to a different opening strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Actually, during some of the discussions, Mr. Backen had indicated to me that what you suggested might be an opportune time, since we were just discussing this, and we'd have to reorder the agenda to move it to, so that would be looking E5. So that could, with council's indulgence and agreement, we could move that forward and have it now and reorder the agenda, if that's acceptable.
It is to me, yep.
Yeah, and so if I can be speaking, we don't have a motion, and that's because I couldn't move the motion that's here, because I don't know how the rest of council feels, but I really would like to see the numbers to open Blair, not Blair, but rather Walnut Grove. I mean, it's going to be a bit more, but would that not be a wiser move? I don't know. It's going to be a whole different motion if that were the case. So I'll move that and see if there's anybody can at least discuss.
Point of order, Madam Chair. There is a motion to receive on the floor. Okay. And there is a motion under E5 that's quite lengthy that you have proposed that we bring forward to deal with after we've dealt with the receipt motion.
Right.
And I'm prepared to do that, to make a motion to bring the E5 report, the E5 recommendations forward. And but I would like to divide the E5 when it gets in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
So
I thought we already decided to do the E5. You said there was no objection, so we're going to be talking about E5 now.
okay, so we can do that, and then subsequently then there'd have to be a motion made after E5 or during the discussion of E5 itself.
Okay,
for the divide.
Madam Mayor, just on a point of order here, we have an open motion to receive that we have to vote on first.
Perfect.
Then the E5 motion, as stated in our agenda, comes forward.
That's correct. Okay.
Yes, and
So,
I would like to divide that motion once it's in front of us.
okay, thank you. So next then, I will just go ahead and ask that we have a motion to receive.
No, you've got the motion. You moved and seconded before the presentation.
Okay, everybody, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? I see no opposed. Thank you. All right. So thank you, everybody. So now we will go directly to E5.
And I move it and request it be divided.
Do we have a seconder for division?
Well, I think you need a seconder on the motion.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Backen's mouthing at me. I can't read lips. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second the motion to be forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So
now I'll move division.
Okay.
You know, just bring it on the table. Let's hear what it is. Yes, I'll second that motion.
Okay, Councillor Davis seconds the motion for division. All right. Okay, so.
Well, I'm against division. I mean,
oh.
Yeah. I don't
okay, I've been advised we still need to vote on the division. So can I see a show of hands who is in support of division?
Aye.
Now that it's on the table, though, clarification. Do we not see how we divide it? Because I see, where do we divide it then?
Madam Chair, my intent was to take each paragraph separately.
Oh.
The clerk is nodding, so that would be the case.
Every that, David.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So upon the motion to divide, we will look at the first paragraph. Do we have, oh, we've got hands to speak to the issue. So I think Councillor Richter, can you?
No, I had left my hand up. I should have taken it down, sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Councillor Long, did you want to speak to the?
Yeah, well, this division thing has really confused me, but anyhow, we've already done kind of number one, but as I said earlier, I'm wondering if council wants to revisit the whole thing, and dividing it isn't going to help us, because if there is a move to open Walnut Grove, we're going to need a deferral or referral to staff, because all the numbers will have to change. And so may I ask that question through you to staff, if that were the case, and that council supported opening Walnut Grove versus WC Blair, would they be able to come up with the figures by the end of the meeting? Could we table this and perhaps get that information? Or perhaps council doesn't want to go down that road. I guess that's the challenge we may have, Acting Chair.
I think Mr. Backen would prefer to address your question.
So Madam Chair, just from a procedural perspective, Councillor Long was on the right path. We do have the first part of the divided motion being that to deal with receiving the report. The second part would then be proceeding with the reopening of Blair, and the third part being further steps and openings. I think we may wish to dispose of the first portion, and I think that would be done very quickly. Then the second one might be eligible for an amendment if that was a desire. My suggestion would be to dispose of the first resolution, and when it comes to the second, allow some debate just in terms of what council wishes to see, and then that may negate the need for any amendments, or it may certainly embolden the need for some amendments. And at that point, staff, starting now, Mr. Stair can try to give us a bit more in terms of the numbers, in terms of what they would be reflected in the second motion. As he referenced before, generally they'd be up 25%. But he can probably try to refine those while we're dealing with the first part, and perhaps give us some enlightenment when we have that general discussion as to the second part. So, Mr. Stair, you'll be up soon.
I can comment on that. So the estimate for Walnut Grove would be $1.1 million in 2021 additional. So that's the difference between the 870 and the, it's not shown super well in the substantial, but it's 1.1 from 870. And then the additional openings in 2020, if you swap the W.C. Blair and Walnut Grove, is approximately $240,000 instead of the $174,000.
And just for commentary, that is only for portions of the facility as well. That is for elements. You may wish to elaborate on that.
Yes, this is the pools we're talking about in the comparisons.
Good. Well, maybe we should call the question on part one then, Madam Chair.
All right, we're ready to proceed. All in favor? Any opposed? It's carried.
Sorry, that was just in receipt of
Just
the top
receipt.
one. Yeah,
That's correct. Okay. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Now, section number 2. Did we have any amending language that we wanted to use, or are we going with the text that's currently in the report?
I'd like to propose amendment when if you give me a turn, when it's my turn, I guess.
Okay, currently on the speakers list, I have Councillor Davis.
Okay, you know what maybe I'd like to do is, I think the division was to get the third paragraph because it's regarding the budget process. But if there's going to be an amendment on the second, I'd like to hear the amendment. I don't know, how can we, I don't want to vote, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe, so I'll maybe take my name, I'll just take my number off, and then I can listen if there's going to be amendment, because it's more information. So I can't vote on it until I hear the amendment. So I'll take my name off until the amendment comes on.
So Madam Chair, I believe the intent of Councillor Long, he can verify this, would be to amend the second paragraph to reflect the reopening of the Walnut Grove Recreation Center with an approved additional expense of $240,000 and a pre-approved budget increase of $1.1 million for 2021. Mr. Stair, are those numbers correct?
That's correct.
And Councillor Long, does that reflect your intent?
Yes, that's correct. If so, Madam Chair, I would try and make that motion and we can discuss it at least and see if Council might agree with that.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Davis seconds that motion. So on the discussion of the amendment.
Maybe I could speak then.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
I don't hear much from the rest of Council, but I mean, to me, geographically, it makes more sense that the population-wise, it makes more sense for Walnut Grove to be open. You've got the high school there. I mean, there's so much more in our population in that area than in Murrayville. I'm not trying to say that Murrayville doesn't deserve it too. I mean, everybody, you know, is equally deserving in our township, correct? But geographically, Murrayville is only about 16 minutes from Aldergrove. So it's not that far to go there. I understand what staff said about the therapeutic exercises. So that is a consideration, I suppose, but I don't know why that couldn't be. I think they are still running those programs at Aldergrove, and they would possibly be running them in Walnut Grove. Maybe not, because I heard about the temperature of the water, but if that's the only factor, I guess that's something that Council's going to have to decide upon. But I think from what I've heard from the user groups wanting Walnut Grove to be open, its proximity to youth, especially this situation we had with Langley Pool not being available this year, that Walnut Grove seems to me to be a far more logical pool to reopen at this time, even though it's a little bit more money, but it's not. I mean, it's all money, and it is a fair bit of money, but it's not double or so. It's the differences have been given there. It's 174 to 240, 873 to 1.1. So I'd like to hear the thoughts of other councillors, whether I'm on the right track with this or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the speakers list, I have Councillor Richter.
Thank you very much. I'm opposed to this. Councillor Long says many, many times we shouldn't make decisions like this on the fly with incomplete information, and I don't think we've got the complete information in this report to be able to say we're not going to open Blair, we're going to open Walnut Grove instead. So I will be proposing a deferral of this to the next meeting to allow staff time to put together a proper financial scenario, moving WCG up in front of WCB. The other thing that makes me object to this is we're now balancing off the interests of private clubs against the interests of patients who need therapeutics. And that, I think, is a wrong decision. So I'm opposed to this. But I will wait until everybody else has spoken, Madam Chair, and I would definitely like to propose a deferral of this to the next meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm seeing both parts here. I certainly I'm intrigued by the idea around Walnut Grove swimming pool. I mean, it feels to me like it's got more to offer and more possibilities that we can do with Walnut Grove pool. However, I don't think we necessarily have all the information here. So I do agree with Councillor Richter that probably a bit more information about that would be helpful. For example, another thought I had, if water temperature is the issue, could we, I know there's a cost of this as well, but could we raise the water temperature at Walnut Grove if that's the only issue or the primary issue? So I know there's a cost of that as well. So I think there's a number of questions that we'd have that would probably be helpful to know. Now, my challenge is that, and maybe that helps us, save us some money, but we talked about opening in the beginning of November, but now our next meeting would be October 26th. So they say it takes about 3 to so weeks or more. So this could really push the opening then now towards the end of November, as opposed to the beginning, if we were to require additional information. But I do feel uncomfortable moving it to Walnut Grove without that information. And yet I do think there might be some good possibility there. So I'd like to hear from other councillors, but I'm probably leaning to the deferral myself, but I'd like to hear more from others.
Okay, I have Councillor Ferguson on the list.
Thank you very much. There's been quite a bit of discussion here. We've had a report here from staff. They've done an excellent job. There's been a lot of questions asked already. I mean, I wish every single pool was open rec center. I mean, I just showed you my activity pass. Usually on Mondays, I come to the Willowbrook Center here and I try to lose weight by working on some of the machines prior to council meeting. I mean, I'm an active user. When I go to the Walnut Grove pool, I love going there. The trouble is when I jump in that water, I always count to 3 because it's always colder than Blair. And there's 2 pools there as well. I'm not sure what they want to do as far as heat up. That's a lot more water there. It's 50 meters as compared to 25. And there's the other pool as well for diving. So I'm not sure. There's a lot of information. It's a huge facility also to heat up too. But I love both pools. I love all the pools. I just can't see making any 2 major changes, which would be a major change in this report. I support, I guess, the deferral. I just as soon just go with the staff report because I believe they answered most of the questions. And, those of us that live in the Brookswood area and Brookswood Furnace, South Langley, that's the pool we usually go to, the WC Blair. I'll drive all the way to Walnut Grove and Alder Grove, but, it still does serve that population as well. So, I'm not sure what the answer is, but I know that we're looking at the cost. We're looking at a lot of other factors. So whatever happens, I can't see us supporting Walnut Grove right now other than getting more information. Thank you.
Thank you. On the speakers list, I have Councillor Davis still.
Thank you. You know, I don't think I need to, two issues. The month numbers that we were quoted over, if we were to open Walnut Grove versus Blair, that is strictly maintenance, maintaining dollars and COVID cleaning and maintaining maintenance. That's nothing to do with a project or anything like that. That's strictly maintenance. So, you know, I think maybe just open the Bill Blair's the Blair pool open. We're going to work on the next one. So to refer it, like I think we got the report here. I think it's enough for me. It's going to make it longer. I'm over cautious, I think, on opening the pools, but as long as they're done right, I think we need to. So I can't flip a coin. I mean, I don't think I want to flip a coin because staff came back with information to open WCB, and so that's why I think I'm going to stick with that. Thank you. Katrina, you're muted. Councillor Acting Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you very much. So that is everybody whose hand has been up for the first time. So on the list for a second time, I have Councillor Long and Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Long?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, it will be a vote of council that'll decide, but I don't think you need more information because we were given the financials. The motion is very clear. It has a couple of numbers in it, right? It has a number of what it's going to cost in 2020 and what it's going to cost in 2021. And the numbers have been transposed to reflect what it would be for Walnut Grove instead. And then the next motion, it says, let's consider opening the other pool in 2021. And we just have to remove the words Walnut Grove and put in Blair. So, you know, it's not a hill that I'll die on, but I am confused as to some of council's concerns in terms of deferral. So I don't think deferring is going to change those numbers. The numbers have been presented to us. We've had a very lengthy report and the presentation that we've debated at length. And we have the report in front of us, which contains this motion that we're entertaining now, paragraph 2, has 2 numbers in it. And those 2 numbers are what you see in the report and then what you see in my amendment, which is slightly higher. So I don't see any fear in voting for it if you feel that Walnut Grove should be open before Blair, which is how I feel about it. Deferral, if it got down to, well, I think we should just vote on it because deferral means that nothing's going to open until maybe late November or December. So I don't want that. So anyway, I hope that council would consider supporting the referral, the amendment to open Walnut Grove, which is to me much closer to more folks.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thank you. A question through the mayor to acting mayor to staff. It talks in the recommendation is that it would open in early November, the WC Blair. Would that date be different if it was Walnut Grove? And does early November sort of mean kind of within the first week of November? Is that sort of what we're targeting?
Yeah, so the Walnut Grove, both pools have been having different maintenance items happening in their facility. And an expansion of the WC Blair pool with tiling in the lobby is hoping to be complete by approximate opening time of early November. However, we have options to use alternate entrances and limiting it to the pool. So there's that option for WC Blair is very workable. Walnut Grove, there's different projects going on there with retiling, grouting happening. And so they would need some lead time. I think, we would have to work with our facility maintenance if we had that as a priority and push that up and wrap things up for maintenance that's happening. But they've been utilizing this time to do the necessary maintenance, so we're ready to go when we get the green light.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And for a second time on the amendment, Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to move a deferral for a substantial cost report at the next meeting on the opening of the Walnut Grove pool over the WC Blair pool.
Do I have a seconder?
You know, I didn't quite hear it. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please, Councillor Richter?
Yes, I'm moving a deferral. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm moving a deferral of this opening up of Walnut Grove Community Pool over WC Blair Pool to the next council meeting for a substantive cost analysis, because I don't think we've had a substantive cost analysis. Staff have given us what it costs to open the Blair Pool and some references to what it would cost to open the Walnut Grove pool. But they've also said that in the next one that there's going to have to be more discussion around that as part of the 2021 budget. So my deferral is to get more specific cost data on choosing Walnut Grove over WC Blair as the first indoor pool to reopen.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
You know, I'll second it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis seconds that. Discussion on the deferral.
You got
okay, I see the list. Okay. Councillor Ferguson.
I just need a point of clarification that now we have our next council meeting is October the 19th. Will this deferral affect some of the openings that you talked about for in your report, if I may, through the chair?
Madam Chair, thank you for the clarification. The October meeting is a special meeting of council called for the purposes of licensing, retail licensing for cannabis. So this report that's being suggested would be returning with the target date of the 26th, and I think we would make that very, very easily. That would then mean that once the decision is made, we would need some lead time to start the process to begin reopening the pool, which I think it was referenced would likely be then later in the month of later in the month of November. And I think that's probably pretty safe to say that it would certainly be delayed at least by the interval from now to the next meeting, as we if we extrapolate that to be from that meeting until the potential opening later in November.
So that helps me out, because I don't want to see any delays as much. I believe there's going to be an extra cost for Walnut Grove, and I just respect the report and the time put into it. Walnut Grove will be opening, and they say they're looking, I guess, January or something. Anyway, that's my position. So I'm not going to support even the deferral. I'm just going to say right now, I just want to go with the main report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Councillor Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the referral. You know, what's 3 months or 3 weeks notice? But I wonder if the numbers that came to us, 240 and 100, I think I think I'm just going to go with them, and I don't think I'll support a deferral at this point, because we have the report here. I think they probably had to do some sort of figuring in this report to come to the conclusion of these extra money, because they probably just didn't say, well, let's flip a coin, let's open this one first. They had to say, well, why? Like we heard the gentleman that's with Mr. Backham say that we started with Blair Pool, and there was a couple of reasons behind it. So I'm just going to stick with that, and then we can just reopen it.
Okay, and on the referral, Councillor Long.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the referral, in my mind, can't be to get proper numbers because we have the proper numbers. Staff have given us the 240,000 instead of the 174, and they've given us the 1.1 for 873. So I'm not sure what the what council is expecting to get back in 2 weeks, other than a 2-week delay, and they're going to come back with the same figures, right? And I might add that these figures are just estimates because, I mean, as much as staff are trying their very best, you just never know. You got a 90% all of a sudden, 6% drop in the use of the pool in Alder Grove. And so there's some fluctuations. Maybe the weekends could be higher. There's all kinds of fluctuations. And I don't know, there'll be all kinds of factors coming into the next motion as well in 2021, whether there's going to be these exact numbers or not. So you can't necessarily be exact, but we have been given 2 figures that were in the presentation and that are now in the amended motion. So really the decision here, folks, council, which pool do you think should open first? Walnut Grove or Blair? And I think there's geographically and logically, Walnut Grove would be the one, and the numbers that we have are already here. So deferral doesn't seem to help us in that respect. So I won't support that. Thanks.
Okay, and for final time on the referral, Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you. I disagree with Councillor Long's assessment that we've got all the numbers we need to make this decision. We don't. We have a report here that has been structured towards opening the Walnut or the WC Blair pool first. And all the other cost numbers are derived from that action. So he's wrong. We don't have the numbers. We need the numbers. This is going to be a very expensive endeavor. And we need to know exactly what it is that we're walking into tax increase wise for 2021. So you can support or not, but I don't think we've got the numbers to make that decision right now.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time to call the question. So I would like to call the question on the referral. All in favor? Please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Whitmarsh and Long. Anybody else opposed?
Ferguson opposed.
And Ferguson opposed. So it carries. Thank you. All right. So that leaves us with the rest of the original motion.
Well, point of order, Madam Chair, so that the amendment fails, right?
Yes.
All right, so we're back to the amended motion.
The motion is amended? No, hold on a sec. Mr. Backen is going to weigh in.
Deferral pass.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify where we're at. So the second motion regarding the reopening plan, whether it be for Walnut Grove or Blair, there was a deferral of that, which I think by incidence would mean we are deferring the amendment as well. So the amendment, so the choice as to which one has been deferred till the next meeting, which is October the 26th. That leaves us then for the last motion, which is the consideration of further steps in the reopening plan. We could probably just delete the sentence that says what it says, be deferred and considered as part of the 2021 budget process. So it would read that the consideration of further steps in the reopening plan, including the reopening of pools, be deferred and considered as part of the 2021 budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Backen.
Point of order,
that's not right. Point of order.
Madam Chair. I recorded those opposed to the deferral motion to be Councillors Whitmarsh, Long, and Ferguson. That's 3 out of 7. So it carries on a 4-3 vote. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sorry. The clerk is nodding, and that is the math. So it fails on a tie vote. You are correct.
No, it's not a tie vote.
Oh, sorry.
There should be 7 of us there.
Oh,
So
that's
Madam
right.
Chair,
we're diminished numbers. Thank you.
It's been deferred.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, because it was a bit confusing, there was a member of council that expressed the desire to be opposed that ultimately was in favor of the deferral. Perhaps that's the cause of it. That happens all the time. So what we actually had was the deferral was carried with Ferguson, Long, and Whitmarsh opposed. So that means that deferral was the deferral of the amendment, which means by implication we're deferring the amendment, which was deferring the original motion in paragraph 2. So we're at the stage where that whole package has been deferred, and we then we're talking about the third step. But you're you're quite correct. There's another point of order that was raised as to the second one. I think Councillor Long also had a point of order, and there may be others.
Councillor Long.
Well, I just didn't understand the vote on the second one. So the deferral passed. Well, then we should move on. I imagine we'll defer the whole report until it comes back. If that passed, I was not in favor, but I didn't see the numbers there. But I guess it did pass. The deferral is what I'm being told. That being the case, I guess we're moving on. Okay.
Which is, Madam Chair, which is correct. The anomaly is because of the division motion. We can either process the final motion, the third part of it, or we can defer that as well.
Actually, Mr. Backen, there's two more. There's one on the next page as well. There's 4 paragraphs in the motion.
Yep, no, thank you. You're quite correct. The continued updates is on the next page. So you're right, it's paragraphs 3 and 4 that have to be disposed of independently before we get to the next page. So the option with number 3 is simply to look at it as stipulating that the reopening plan, including reopening of pools, be deferred to the 2021 budget process.
Well, point of order, Madam Chair. Can we just defer the whole thing rather than trying to mucky with the number 3 and 4, because we don't know what the result of the report coming back is going to do. All we've done is deferred the amendment, which means when it comes back, it could very easily be defeated again or whatever. So, or further action could be taken. So I would like to ask if we couldn't just move on now, and we deferred that, the whole report would come back, would it not?
So Madam Chair, the process would be a separate motion to defer items 3 and 4 to the I guess October 26th meeting.
So I'll move that.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. So that way we have dealt with the entirety of that one. And now we have to go back in our agenda. So we will revisit item number D3, the social sustainability strategy. So may I have a motion to receive the presentation on the social sustainability strategy, please?
So move.
Second, Davis Ferguson. And Councillor Fergus. Yeah, thank you. So I would like to, on behalf of council, welcome Task Force member Patrick Ward, who will provide an introduction and will now proceed with his presentation. Thank you.
Good, Patrick.
There he is.
Just before Mr. Ward speaks, if I could, just to advise council that the presentation is actually in support of the report that is on council's agenda. Report is E1, and it is in support of the strategy that the task force members will speak to, and staff is anticipating council's support of the endorsement of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Safi.
Great, thank you very much. I'm just going to share our screen here. And I will be introducing 2 members of the Social Sustainability Task Force here shortly to deliver this presentation. But beforehand, I'm just going to provide a brief update, or reminder rather, on the project background in terms of council's involvement with the project. So on November 6, 2017, council approved the project terms of reference to develop a social sustainability strategy that would provide groundwork on actions in the social realm over the next decade. The creation of this strategy responds to policy related to equity, health, and inclusion in the 2016 official community plan. Then in March 5th, 2018, council endorsed the appointment of the Social Sustainability Task Force as recommended by the Seniors Advisory Committee. And then more recently, on October 7th, 2019, council received a report on the emerging directions for the social sustainability strategy, and at that time authorized staff to undertake the next steps in developing the strategy and drafting the strategy, I should say. So I will now turn it over to 2 of our task force members, Juliet Henderson-Raybar and Christine Carrick. Juliet will go first, and they will provide an overview of the strategy. So thank you.
Hello, and thank you for having us. My name's Juliet, and it's an honor to be here. Socially sustainable communities are safe, diverse, connected, and democratic. Sorry. They support the ability of individuals and communities to create and maintain a good quality of life for current and future generations. Many people in the township enjoy a great quality of life, but not everyone in the community is thriving. Like other places throughout the region and around the world, the community is grappling with social challenges and is facing global trends that are having a significant impact on the economy, the environment, and society. These issues and trends will be summarized later in the presentation. The purpose of our Thriving Community Township of Langley Social Sustainability Strategy is to establish a clear vision for the future and set a course to get there. It is intended to help sustain the positive qualities of the community, harness the opportunities to tackle social challenges, and thrive in the face of change. We can say with confidence that the priorities and actions in the proposed strategy are evidence-based. The process to prepare the strategy took 2.5 years to complete and was informed by a number of inputs. These inputs include Social Sustainability Task Force, statistical and best practice research, and broader community engagement. The community engagement that supported the creation of the strategy was extensive. Involving 45 different activities, over 1,500 interactions with residents and stakeholders, 58 organizations were engaged, and over 1,100 hours of community input. The community engagement program garnered recognition from Plan H, a province-wide organization that promotes best practices in developing healthy communities. The engagement program for the social sustainability strategy was featured on Plan H's website as a success story and in its best practice guide on authentic and meaningful engagement. The strategy states that social sustainability is a shared responsibility among all levels of government and requires involvement from numerous organizations, groups, and individuals. The township can play various roles in advancing social sustainability, ranging from direct engagement, like service delivery and funding, to indirect engagement, like advocacy and convening coordination. The strategy further states that the township's role will reflect its mandate, its powers, and its resources. The strategy also highlights other organizations, groups, and individuals that play a role in social sustainability. The strategy identifies a number of issues and trends influencing social sustainability in the community. Many are not specific to the township, but present local challenges and opportunities. The township is one of the fastest growing municipalities in the Lower Mainland and is facing demographic shifts in relation to the aging population and increasing cultural diversity. The township households face high costs of living. Working households in Langley face higher combined housing and transportation costs relative to income than most other parts of Metro Vancouver. Furthermore, 1 in 10 township residents is living in poverty, meaning these residents struggle to meet their most basic human needs. Inequities are avoidable inequalities that exist between groups of people and exist in part due to discrimination. About 1 in 6 Metro Vancouver residents reports experiencing discrimination in their day-to-day lives. Driven by human influence, Canada's climate has warmed and will continue to do so in the future. Climate change is expected to increasingly threaten natural ecosystems and municipal infrastructure, hinder economic growth, erode food security, and jeopardize human health and safety. Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities across Canada are working together to establish new and respectful relationships. With 4 local First Nations having an established connection to this territory and a growing Indigenous population within the municipality, the township and broader community can contribute to the national process of reconciliation. Rapid technological advancement will increase the pace of change, creating new challenges and opportunities with far-reaching effects. BC is currently grappling with 2 public health emergencies, the COVID-19 pandemic and the overdose crisis. In addition to these present health emergencies, chronic diseases such as cardiovascular diseases, cancers, and diabetes will likely be the health burden of this century, as they are the greatest contributor to premature death in BC and are likely to increase with an aging population. Of course, the township alone is not responsible for addressing all of these challenges and opportunities, but it is with these issues and trends in mind that the strategy has established its vision, goals, priorities, and actions to pursue in collaboration with other organizations and groups. Thank you. Pass the microphone to Christine.
Thank you, Juliet. Good afternoon. The social sustainability strategy consists of a long-term vision, 3 interrelated 10-year goals, and 6 5-year priorities with associated actions. As shown, the 6 priorities help to achieve the goals, which in turn make progress towards the long-term vision. The vision statement is meant to inspire and give direction. It illustrates long-term aspiration for a socially sustainable township, providing a motivating goal to work toward. The vision, the Township of Langley is a connected, inclusive, and resilient community where everyone can enjoy and contribute to a great quality of life. The 3 10-year goals have been established to advance the township towards its social sustainability vision. A connected community where we are connected to each other and to the opportunities that help us thrive. An inclusive community where we feel welcomed, safe, and valued. And finally, a resilient community where we adapt and flourish in the face of change. To move toward the goals, 6 5-year priorities have been established. In no order of significance, the following priorities will guide the township's focus in the social realm until 2025. Priority 1, Indigenous relations, is about building and sustaining meaningful relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. Priority 2, belonging, is about strengthening the community belonging, social connections, and civic engagement. Priority 3, housing and food, supports promoting equitable housing and local food security. Priority 4, learning, is about encouraging lifelong learning and social innovation. Priority 5, getting around, is about providing accessible, healthy, and safe transportation choices. And finally, priority 6, health and safety, is about nurturing community health and safety. Within each priority, there are actions that address challenges and opportunities. In total, there are 31 actions, categorized as short-term from 2021 to 2022 and medium-term from 2023 to 2025. They comprise the strategy's 2021 to 2025 action plan. These actions are intended to reflect the township's role as local government and will be pursued in collaboration with other organizations and groups. I don't think any of us could have predicted what laid ahead when we drafted the vision, the goals, and the priorities for this strategy. As a task force, we are proud of how these stand up to the challenges we are facing in 2020. On behalf of the Social Sustainability Task Force, we would like to thank Council for this opportunity and your support of the process. We would also like to thank staff for their work and their dedication over the last 2.5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I believe that we have a speakers list from council. So first on the speakers list is, I had Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Whitmarsh?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions around it, and just for clarification for me. The 10-year goals that are established, which is on connected, inclusive, and resilient communities. I'm wondering, there's 3 10-year goals, but then there are 6 5-year priorities. Is the sense that these priorities will remain priorities in the second period of 5 years, or is there a sense that we'll move on to new priorities after a 5-year period to continue to move towards the 3 goals? I'm a little confused with the 10-year goal, but then a 5-year priority.
So the plan with the strategy would be to move forward with these 5 priorities. And then within the next 5 years, we would review those priorities to ensure that they were still relevant. Well, staff would review.
Okay, so is they either relevant, or it's possible we would have new priorities, I guess.
Possibly, depending on what's happening 5 years from now and how much we've managed to work towards those items.
Right. Okay. And then what are sort of is the process that will be put in place to measure, I guess, to measure the success of those priorities, but also to measure the 10-year goals? How will we know that we have a more connected community and a more inclusive community? What will be the measuring sticks, and how will we know that as we go along to be able to make an assessment if we've made it or not?
Very good question, and I'm going to hand it over to Patrick so that he can address that directly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Whitmarsh. The strategy itself includes a very robust monitoring and reporting framework. And within the monitoring section, we've identified a number of indicators to track towards the priorities. And of course, the strategy is framed so that those priorities help to inform the goals. So as an example, under belonging, which is of course very closely related to inclusive, we've got indicators related to social interactions in our community, participation in municipal voting, just as an example. We've also said within that we will endeavor, as data is available, to track all of those indicators for various subpopulation groups. So that will certainly help us to measure whether everyone is actually included within that. So as an example, with social interaction, how are newcomers faring in terms of their interactions? How are other communities faring with their interactions?
Okay, so that's great, thank you, and to know that's there. How will council be informed of these as we move towards the target and our progress? Is this like an annual report we get from you or someone else on the social sustainability and how we're moving towards it, or are we waiting 5 years to get the next update on how we did with the priorities? How does council become informed?
It's the latter, Councillor Whitmarsh. So we've indicated that a full report will be provided at the end of the 5-year action plan, and we would bring that forward to council with an updated, the next 5-year action plan essentially. And going back to your question, that next 5-year action plan would reflect whether it's the same 6 5-year priorities or a new set of priorities to pursue over the next 5 years.
Okay, great. And last question. On the last page, you talk about staffing needs. You indicate, I think, 3 different sort of position areas, and saying that these would not start until 2022. Could you maybe just update why 2022 and how these positions would roll out, and just your thoughts around those positions?
Certainly, thank you. The staffing positions are required to support 4 out of the 31 actions in the social sustainability strategy. So we would like to explore further sources of external funding for those various positions, hence why we wouldn't be coming forward with a staffing request as part of the 2021 budget, but potentially something in 2022 or beyond.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
I'm going to turn it back over to Christine.
Thank you.
We'll try that.
Thank you. Next on my speakers list, I have Councillor Richter.
I didn't realize I was next on the list already. This is a very, very high level report. And just and picking up on some of the questions that Councillor Whitmarsh asked, when I was reading it, the one thought that kept going through my head over and over again is what exactly does this mean in real terms for us at the council level? Like, I'm not getting the connection. In fact, a certain part of me, after going through the document, wonders if we're treading into areas that are not our official legislative jurisdiction. If, for example, priority number 4 about learning, we don't exist for learning. The school board exists for learning. And I'm just, and this whole idea of social innovation, like what exactly does that mean in real terms for us at the council table? I guess I'm having difficulty connecting the report to what we do on a day-to-day basis. And I'm also concerned if there is some potential download of particularly provincial health and education responsibilities to the municipal level and to the municipal tax dollar. So one of the other questions that I had was with respect to the $50,000 that's being asked for here, what's that going to be spent on?
So I'm going to do my best to answer at a very high level, Councillor Richter, and then I will pass it over to Patrick so that he can infill where I either misstate or don't provide a fulsome answer. So the social sustainability strategy, it's an umbrella strategy. So it aligns to the sustainability charter that was adopted in 2018. And it is designed essentially to help steward some of those other things that are ongoing. To your point around overstepping municipal responsibility or council responsibility, the task force was very mindful of that very topic, obviously, as it relates to provincial or even in some cases federal responsibility. It was just to look at ways that we could strengthen our partnerships with those other bodies, not necessarily for the Township of Langley to take on that responsibility. So what you will see in, I don't have the exact page. Do you have where we talk about, in fact, on page 2, there was a summary document that talked about roles and responsibilities. And you can see there's a description around advocacy, coordination, education, planning, funding, and service delivery. And then there's examples of how the township participates in some of those categories. So in some instances, council would be able to directly influence what happens through their decisions. But in others, it might just simply be a matter of supporting other external partners, like the school district, which you've brought up. And we could look to areas for learning like our library system. Yeah. So there are other options. I am though I don't know, Patrick, if you have anything to add to that in greater detail. I'm gonna pass it over to Patrick here, just one sec.
Yeah, I guess to me, this goes way beyond our sustainability charter, and it's venturing into areas that I really query whether it's our jurisdiction to be in. And I want to know what the meaning of that is going to be. Because the report says quite clearly on page 5, that the 2021 to 2025 action plan is going to cost $1 million.
Yes,
thank you for what? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you for the question. With respect to how the social sustainability strategy builds and begins to implement the sustainability charter. Really, the charter is set up to acknowledge economic, environmental, and sociocultural aspirations. And this strategy really begins to lay the groundwork for action in the social realm, sort of in the social pillar of the sustainability charter. And specifically with respect to the funding, there is a full costing in the strategy itself in the implementation section on what the actions are estimated to cost to complete. Roughly $600,000 of that budget is to update the master transportation plan, which was completed in 2009. So, and this would not only help to build upon social objectives and aspirations, but also environmental objectives and aspirations as they relate to action on climate change. The remaining budgets would be filled in with some existing budgets that do exist for this work, with the $50,000 in operating funding helping to implement, or supporting rather, roughly half of the actions in the strategy. Apologies, Councillor Richter, you are on mute.
Thank you. I'm still not understanding why the actions in the strategy are in our jurisdiction. I'm not making that connection.
Very good. Good question as well. And this is, I think, something that every local government and every council must grapple with and determine on their own. Unfortunately, there is no handbook that says what role each local government should play in the social realm. You'll see across the Metro Vancouver region, just as an example, different municipalities doing different things as it might relate to something like housing, just as an example. So really it is up to council to determine what its role is within that. Now, you did raise learning as a good example. Within the continuum of roles that the township could play in that, there are no service delivery or funding related actions in that learning priority as an example. Those actions there focus on sharing information, convening other groups to help share information and collaborate on actions, and to advocate for more funding and for services in that area.
Okay, but even convening groups is a cost using property tax dollars. And yep. How much convening are we going to do? Like, anyway, thank you very much. I'm just not understanding the connection. Sorry.
Thank you. And the final speaker on the list is Councillor Ferguson.
Well, I'm sure I won't be the last. So thank you, Mr. Mr. Ward, thank you very much today for your excellent presentation. You know, this is a high level report and it really asks, there's question upon question, and they're all good questions, because I could say that of your 6 priorities, I was very impressed personally to see that number 1 was Indigenous relations, because we at local government are seeing more and more and more of building excellent relationships with our Indigenous partners. For example, Metro Vancouver last week held a symposium with Senator Murray Sinclair, held by Chair Sab Dhaliwal. And it was an excellent presentation, and he has agreed to meet with surrounding Indigenous groups, and that's how important it is, because anytime we have a sewer treatment plant or a water plant in Metro Vancouver, roads, transit, operations of any sort, it's important for us to build excellent relationships with our Indigenous groups. And of course in Langley, that I know of, Kwantlen, Katzie, Stolo Nation, Matsui, and perhaps others, I think that was important. That doesn't negate the fact the other 5 are extremely important as well. So I was happy to see that. So I want to congratulate your group for being visionaries for that, because that you'd only begin to know, as I said, on a treaty table with Canada, BC there, and of course I myself representing the region, and of course Indigenous Relations Committee. I did want to ask you how you might do priority number 1, how you might implement that, if I may. That's my question. It's a long question.
Yes, thank you for the question. There are 3 concrete actions identified under the Indigenous Relations priority. The first, and all of this is meant to be done, I should say, in partnership with local First Nations and Indigenous organizations. That's a key underlying principle of this priority in particular, but is to look at various initiatives that the township could do or support to help raise awareness of Indigenous and First Nations histories and cultures. The second action is really to invite, again, convening all 4 local First Nations that have their unceded and traditional territories in the township to begin to strengthen the government to government relationship. And then the third action is to provide cultural awareness training, cultural awareness education to township staff and more intensive cultural safety training to township staff that are working directly with First Nations and Indigenous organizations, as well as to council, should they wish to also participate in that cultural safety training.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did notice briefly Mr. Safey's hand was up, but I don't know if that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to, well, first of all, suggest that perhaps council may wish to receive the presentation and move on to the report. If it seems like that's how the discussions have evolved. Also, I wanted to take the opportunity to add to what Mr. Ward was saying earlier in response to the concerns that were being raised by Councillor Richter, in that while local governments actually don't really have a mandate per se in terms of a number of things that local governments do provide, services that we do provide, ultimately, we are the most approachable level of government. And what I mean by that is if we do not pay attention to and address certain social, economic, and environmental issues, even though they may not technically be within our area of purview, we will inevitably be responsible for the implications of not dealing with those issues, such as housing, for example, is not strictly a local government mandate, but we have seen how local governments have decided to take action because of the fact that lack of action results in local government involvement, whether it's resources or other efforts. I just wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Safey. And that is a salient point. Now that we've asked questions and there's no more hands on the list, I think it would be a good segue to get to the report to council. So thank you very much for the presentation. It's very much appreciated, as well as the questions. So on the agenda item, we can move forward to E1, report to council, report number 20.
Oh, Madam Chair, you have to vote to receipt.
Oh.
I'll move receipt.
All right, Councillor Ferguson moves receipt, second.
I thought we already had a motion to receive the presentation. Don't we just vote on it?
We just need to vote.
Just need to vote, sadly. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now we can move forward to E1. Thank you, Councillor Richter. So item number E1, report number 20-124, the social sustainability strategy. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. So I will now call the question.
No, my hand's up. Oh. This is on receiving the report, or is it endorsing and putting 50 grand in the budget?
Okay, as the report indicates, it would be that council, you receipt. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're asking, is this just receipt, or are you endorsing the $50,000 for the budget?
I believe the motion, which was moved by Councillor Whitmarsh and seconded by Councillor Ferguson, included both paragraphs. So that would be to receive and bring the second paragraph as well for the 2021 budget deliberation consideration of annual operating funding in the amount of $50,000 to support the implementation of the social sustainability strategy.
Okay, so just a clarification then, Madam Chair, if I can. So we're receiving the strategy and referring to budget, or we're endorsing the strategy and referring to budget? Because the actual wording says endorse the strategy.
Yes, the first part of the motion does say endorse the strategy.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Did you have another question, Councillor Richter?
Yes, I'd like to move referral of this to the Council Priorities Committee, because I believe that this strategy goes beyond our mandated responsibilities. I think there are some things in there like housing and food and getting around that clearly fall within municipal jurisdiction. But I'm very concerned that unless we know exactly what the intent is of the other priorities, we may be veering into areas that are not properly our jurisdiction. And I'm not really thinking that that's our role to do today until we've had a policy discussion, because this could get very expensive over the long term.
Okay, so just to reiterate, your reference is to refer this to a council policy committee meeting.
Exactly.
Correct. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davis seconds that. Any discussion? Okay, I have a bit of a list going. Councillor Davis, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I would. It's not a bad idea, and here's why. Right now we have 7 council members, and I know that I'm not saying it's going to take away from the outcome, but at least the mayor and other councillor member, we'd have a full council, and the full council would have an opportunity. The other 2 would have an opportunity to be involved, and if there is some legal problems about jurisdiction, we can figure them out there, and that'll give us all the attention and all the council members. So that's why I would defer. I mean, it's I would support deferral.
Thank you. I have Councillor Ferguson.
A quick question through the chair staff. Where we got on our council priority lists right now, if I may, through the chair?
I'm going to look into that right now. We have to look at the list to see what's currently on there. Councillor Ferguson?
That's correct. Because I know we've got quite a few things on the plate there as far as those committees, those meetings go.
Through the chair to Councillor Ferguson, currently we have the long-term water supply plan, the Willoughby Neighbourhood Plan Review, the Child Care Action Plan, the Progressive Affordable Housing Acquisition Program. We still have to get back to the council procedure bylaw and the election and political sign review.
Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of things we still have to explore, and as Mr. Ward indicated, Patrick Ward, our social planner, that the information will come about through this, and there'll be information that we can ask at budget time. There'll be information we can ask at other times. I think this was a very interesting report. I think the mayor and Councillor Kuntz can also catch up on it easily enough. It's an excellent report. So I would not like to see this thing get kind of left at a long list of things in the council CPC meetings. Anyway, that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, this priority was established in 2017 when we chose to have a social sustainability task force to put together to come up with a sustainability plan. And that's been 3 years. They've been working on it. They've had significant community input. The task force itself has met over 10 times. So I think this is something that was a priority of council. We made it a priority of council. And so I like us to move forward. I agree that Mayor Feroz and Councillor Kuntz will be able to catch up. The discussion will take place in the 2021 budget process. And so I think there's a lot of work that's been done on this, including community involvement. And so I think we need to move forward.
Thank you. Next on the list, I have Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you. I have a similar timeline. I have here November 2017 that we approved the terms of reference. So I hope that these terms of reference have applied to the strategy, and I believe they have. And then in October 2019, a year ago, we received a further report on the emerging visions and the goals and the priorities for the strategy, which I didn't feel we had a huge objection to then. And then in August, we put it out for the summary document to be presented to us, which is what we're looking at now. So, you know, I think it's a bit late in the game to go back on it. So I don't see a need to defer. I actually support the strategy as it is. So I think it's time for us to move on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, just going to make sure you can hear me. It's the first time I've spoken. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I mean, maybe it doesn't have to go that all the way to a CPC meeting with the backlog, but it's a fairly lengthy document. I think the report's 100 pages. I honestly haven't had a chance to read every word of it. I've only had it since Thursday. So I think, you know, maybe I would attempt to defer this for one meeting, because I read this and I go through it and I glance at some of the action items, and you know, I see a lot of buzzwords, but I honestly, I'm not fully aware of what it's doing in terms of tangible on the ground achievables and what this money is going to be spent on, and what I'm actually committing to potentially fund in the future if I endorse this document and every word that's written in here. I'm not sure how maybe other members of council studied it all weekend, but it is a 70-page document, and I'm a little nervous to endorse it after having had it for 3 days, committing the bureaucracy to do some things that do indeed feel to me like a download or a role of different levels of government, when we're still trying to focus on sidewalks and rec facilities and don't even have that sort of going right correctly, as I see it. That we're sort of expanding the mandate of the township staff, focusing on some items in here that I question whether indeed it is the role of the local government, sort of a back to basics approach. So, you know, I'll sort of take it on face value that other members of council feel they've been working on this for 3 years and want to wrap it up. I don't feel that way. I'm a little nervous about endorsing a 70-page document that I've had for 3 days. So for that reason, I would like some more time to consider it before adopting it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Point clarification. Councillor Woodward, is he suggesting 1 week or CPC, if I may, through a chair?
Councillor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, to answer that correctly, I mean, I would support the referral just to buy more time. If the referral to CPC fails, then yeah, I would also like to see a full council endorse this. I don't want to have other people saying that they didn't have to vote for it. So I would like a full council actually to vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For a second time, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm still not getting why we're involved in health and education issues as part of this document. And if it's because we're going to provide the resources to bring all these groups together to discuss things, well, again, I got to ask, is that our job to do? I don't think it is. I think it's the provincial government dollar that should be paying for this, not us. If this referral to CPC goes to defeat, fine. I'm quite willing to support putting it off for a full council meeting or a fully attended council meeting, as Councillor Woodward has suggested. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long for.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Well, this is interesting. I could support a deferral to a future meeting. I don't see it going to CPC. CPC means we're going to unpack the whole thing, I would gather, and decide if it's a priority. And I think that boat has already sailed. I guess I would agree that I haven't read every page of the 70-page document either. I do trust that it was nicely laid out, that's for sure. So perhaps you can check with the clerk, Madam Chair, if it would be appropriate to amend the amendment to say we defer it to a November meeting rather than CPC. So I would amend the amendment, rather than refer it to CPC, refer it to a meeting of full council in November, or something like that. Can we get some advice on that, perhaps?
Through the chair to Councillor Long, I believe as it is a deferral or deferral that's been requested, changing the time of the deferral would be appropriate.
Yeah. So what would be maybe?
Just have a point of clarification, Madam Chair. I thought the motion was a referral to CPC committee, so we would have to be changing that to be a deferral to a council meeting in November. Is that what Councillor Long is attempting? I just want to clarify what's being attempted.
That sounds correct.
That being the case, I'm sorry, you would need to dispose of this motion before you move on to the next motion.
Ah, okay. All right. So we'll vote on this and then let's put another motion on, I guess. Okay.
Okay. Well, at that point, then let's call the vote. So the referral vote to a future council policy committee meeting. Can I ask all in favor?
Favor.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Long is opposed and Councillor Whitmarsh is opposed.
Ferguson opposed.
And Ferguson is opposed.
Gonna break the tie.
What are you at, Madam Chair?
I'm voting in the affirmative. If I don't vote, that's what it means. I'm voting in the affirmative.
All right.
What the hell does that mean?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm
that's
sorry.
all right.
I didn't mean to say that.
All right, so it's going to a CPC session. All right.
So it goes forward. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we've dispensed with that. That's going forward to a future council priority committee meeting. Wendy's, yes, nodding. Ms. Bauer's nodding. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. That was very good. All right, so now moving forward, we have the agenda item E2, which is a liquor license amendment application.
So move.
Okay, may I have a motion? Councillor Davis, seconded by?
Whitmarsh.
Okay, thank you. And I just have to confirm if there are any speakers. Ms. Bowers?
I've been advised there's no speakers present.
Okay, there's no speakers present. So I will, I see a hand. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just wanted to get clarification from staff. So this 45-seat patio will be a permanent outdoor patio?
Maybe Mr. Safey?
Madam Chair, this will be potentially a permanent patio. And I say that because once licensed, if licensed by the province, this is an endorsement at this point in front of council. If it is endorsed by council, it will then go to the province, the Liquor and Cannabis Regulating Branch. And if it is licensed, then the next step would be for the applicant to decide whether they wish to have it available on a seasonal basis or throughout the year. But they will have the ability to operate it throughout the year.
Okay, and will we be losing parking spaces to support this 45-seat patio? Because it's in a sort of an industrial type area. People are probably going to drive to it.
Madam Chair, there's currently adequate parking available to accommodate the endorsement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no other speakers on the list, so I'll call the question. And all in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, just if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
For item E3, I will have to declare a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
I certainly don't want to end up like that councillor in Vancouver. So I'll declare a conflict of interest.
He's now very infamous. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now we can proceed. All right. So the agenda item is that E3, report number 20-126, temporary expansion of patio seating. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move it, Madam Chair.
Councillor Mogsit. Councillor Davis.
Second, Ferguson.
Second. Either way, okay. Is there any discussion? I see Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to check with staff. I know I had raised this at the last meeting, that I'm concerned that people will start making these permanent outdoor venues, and I'm just wanting to make sure that they continue to be temporary outdoor venues and they will be removed within a reasonable time once the emergency orders are lifted. Is that correct?
Mr.
That is
Sapi?
correct, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no other hands with the question, so I will now call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None opposed. It's unanimous. Okay, so Councillor Woodward can come back. Re-enter the meeting. I'll just wait till he appears. Oh, he's there. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, moving on. We're at next item, E4, report number 2125, Murrayville and Brookswood water quality improvements. So may I have a motion, please?
So move.
By Councillor Davis, second by? Is that Councillor Whitmarsh? Thank you. Is there any, oh, there's discussion. All right, Councillor Richter.
Sorry, just getting my notes together. Yeah. I'm very concerned about this because I think what we need to do is we need to understand that these aquifers can't continue supporting an expanding population, which is exactly what's going to happen down in Brookswood, maybe not so much in Murrayville, but these pumps are going to be supporting both Murrayville and Brookswood. And I think that putting $6 million into providing treatment facilities when we've got relatively no guarantees at this point that it's going to solve the problem of the manganese in the water, which is causing the dirty water in Murrayville. So I'm not supporting this. I think this is the wrong move. It's not a sustainable move. It's taking water away from future agricultural requirements, particularly in South Brookswood and south of Murrayville, agricultural land south of Murrayville. And I think we've got Murrayville and Brookswood now on Metro Water. We should just leave them on Metro Water. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list, I have Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I'm concerned that $6 million, to spend $6 million as a short-term measure, and I don't know how else we could do it. I'm not in the water business. Due to iron and magnesium in the groundwater, I'm concerned that the minute we throw Brookswood in there, is Brookswood having the same problems? I understood that Murrayville was the key here. I actually was standing in a lineup somewhere the other day and some guy was ranting to somebody else. Well, wasn't ranting, sorry. I was absolutely the wrong thing to say. He was discussing about how dirty his water was. And I was just eavesdropping. And I should have told him we were working on it, but I didn't want to get into anyhow. I'm concerned that we've got Brookswood in there now. And I guess this goes to show you, I don't know if the water is pumped into parts of Brookswood or not. I don't know when we're going to get Metro Water replacing these treatment plants, but I'm just concerned that $6 million, is Murrayville going to get clean water for $6 million? Or are we putting in $6 million because we can right now because we have a problem? And is that how much it's actually going to cost Murrayville? Or will it, you know, that's I've said a lot, but I guess the question to staff would be, is this $6 million going to solve the problem that we're having in Murrayville right now? And are we diluting it? No pun intended, but are we diluting it to go to Brookswood? Maybe through the chair.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Safey, can you
Thank you,
respond,
Madam
please?
Chair.
Thank you.
With your indulgence, I'm just going to share some slides that staff have put together such that we can convey the options that are in front of council. You're able to see the slides?
Yes.
So I guess one thing to clarify, Madam Chair, Councillor Davis just referenced temporary. There is nothing temporary about the option that is being recommended. It is a permanent solution. And it is following council's direction to explore, after council directed staff to essentially take the 5 wells that augment the Metro Vancouver bulk water purchase in Langley, to disconnect them and abandon them on a temporary basis until the whole issue has been reviewed on a more permanent basis and a more comprehensive basis. So that's what staff have done. And as you know, staff have referenced the blended nature of our water system. We have water that is both fed from local groundwater resources as well as being purchased from the region through Metro Vancouver. And the map on the screen that you can see there shows the pipe network that is interconnected between the communities of Murrayville and Brookswood and Fernridge, as well as the location of the wells that contribute groundwater supply towards that water supply for the residents. There are 5 wells that are affected. The 5 wells are wells number 1 and 2 in Murrayville, and 7 and 9 and 10 in Brookswood Fernridge. And the recommendation is based on, I guess, the best economic and environmental options combined. It's a balance of the options. In fact, if I were to go back to a study that was done a number of years ago, I think it was 2016, Township initiated a groundwater supply long-term analysis by Goller Associates, who are hydrogeological experts in the field, and they determined that the long-term supply of the Township of Langley groundwater system is actually underutilized. It's underutilized, with a lot more available. And staff, as I said earlier, have always balanced this economic and environmental needs such that the groundwater resources are able to, the groundwater supply is able to naturally replenish itself without being drawn on too much or too much pressure on it. So with that, the recommendation that is currently in front of council is for us to abandon those 5 wells. Sorry, not to go back to them, but to treat the water. So I guess in more specific terms, the 2 Murrayville wells will have 1 smaller treatment facility. And then the Brookswood wells number 7 and 9 will have also a combined treatment facility. That will leave the 5th one, which is Brookswood well number 10, to have a separate water treatment facility. Combined, they will have a cost estimated at $6.4 million. That is design and construction. And over the 5-year period, if we were to go with the other option, which is to continue purchasing water from Metro Vancouver, over the 5-year period, this will actually pay for itself. So it's I guess a break-even model after 5 years. And that requires, I guess, the construction to proceed, which is part and parcel of the recommendation for staff to be authorized to proceed with the design and to include the $6 million expenditure as part of the 2021 budget discussions for council to consider.
Okay. Sorry, did I? Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that was done. Thank you.
Okay. When I meant temporary, I just read as a short-term measure. so what you're saying is it's a short-term measure to fix the problem that will be a long-term solution. That sounded weird. Okay, 3, well, I guess where I'm going is by looking at the picture then, Murrayville had well 1 and 2, but now have we because this was sent this was sent to try to the regular on November 18th to try to look at it, but now we've got Brookswood in there, and I'm just wondering, are we trying to do 2 things with one? You know, we've decided that we've got to fix the water in Murrayville, but now is this the same problem on well 10, 11, and I forget the other number? I guess where I'm going is we're going to fix the water in Murrayville, but we're also going to spend some more money, put it in the budget, and we're going to spend some more money so we have problems. So we had a bigger problem than we thought, or is Brookswood, are we just going to fix Brookswood up now so we don't have a problem?
Madam Chair, with your permission, the concern, the challenge that we have is the fact that the system is interconnected. There's no distinction between a separate Murrayville water system and a separate Brookswood system. They're connected. Okay. It may have been because of the proximity and because of the fact that the water usage in Murrayville was closer to the source of where the manganese and iron were showing themselves, more prevalent, that the concerns were being raised by Murrayville residents more than it was by Brookswood residents. But the fact is that this was always not an issue that was solely isolated in Murrayville, but rather for the entire area that relies on the groundwater in those wells that were identified earlier as part of my talk as an issue. And secondly, again, the reference to this, the temporary measure in the staff report is only in relation to what council directed staff to do last year. That was back in November. Council directed staff on a temporary basis to stop using groundwater. And that's what staff did. That's the extent of the temporary nature of what we did. If we are directed to move forward, there won't be anything temporary about this action. It will actually be a permanent solution.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Safi. I have Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Safi has just answered most of what I was going to bring up. We directed staff to explore this issue a year ago because we have the issue with the groundwater. And I guess the Brookswood issue is going to come more and more prevalent as there's more hookups to our water system. I guess currently many of them on wells, so that we haven't had the same complaints in Brookswood that we would be getting. This is the same issue that happened in Aldergrove. The groundwater in that whole, most of the regions of the township have this high manganese content and so forth. So it's a matter of doing the right thing. And this is very obvious. If we don't do something, it's going to cost us a lot of money to get water from Metro. Metro water is not necessarily always going to be perfect. I mean, we've had issues where there's been an issue with Metro water, and we've been fortunate that we have the option of blending or using our groundwater. So sometimes it can be really nice to have those options. And as Mr. Safi said, and I'd like to get clarification, we are still able to blend, turn one on and off as we need under this scenario. So that means we can get the best of both, using aquifer water to save a lot of money, but switching to Metro when the aquifers go low, perhaps in the summer, or if there's an issue with them. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and so then when you look at the financial options in the report, it's pretty clear that this thing will pay for itself as time goes on. Don't do it, and we continue with Metro water that's been suggested. So just going to go up, 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 which you'll see there on chart on page 4, and it doesn't go beyond 2025, but who knows what could happen in 2026. The water rates could be extremely high, whereas by then we'll have paid off the construction of these water treatment plants so that we can save even more money in the future. But the best is it's a balance, and I think it's a very, very wise balance to have. So I support the report as given and encourage staff to get on with it.
Thank you. Excuse me, I have Councillor Ferguson on the list.
Thank you. You know, we've had a blended system for years, and it's worked very, very well for us prior even to joining Metro Vancouver. So, I mean, Metro Vancouver water is expensive, and as we said before, you know, you never know what can happen with Metro Vancouver water as well. I was given a kind of a message from a retired firefighter that lives in the Brookswood area, and using his expertise as far as firefighting and other things. He said, you know, anything can happen to a major system, whether it's in Vancouver or Toronto or somewhere else. You know, anything can happen. He says, always good to have something like a blended system or another system you can fall back on. He had read the report, and he thought it was an excellent presentation. The fact that solving water and providing water from the well, from aquifer for the future, and especially when the aquifer is being replenished. So for planning for the future, protect our citizens, and also protecting Langley to have water in case, and we would hope that never happens, an earthquake or a landslide or some other problem. Langley would be protected by having this blended system that we've had for years. So I think it's an excellent report. I appreciate the comments by other members of council, and also Mr. Safey giving us an explanation of the options and what we're planning for. And it's a good report. I think it's a good report and helps me understand what we're going to do for the future. So I'm supporting this report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Just a question through the acting mayor to staff, just so I understand. What we currently have blended water with Metro. Can we change the percentage of that blending at any time and range from 0 Metro to 100% Metro, and we can just do that at any time depending on our needs? Is that true, or is that how it works?
Mr. Safey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand the question correctly, I guess the answer is yes, because we do have mechanical equipment such as valves that allow us to adjust the volume of water that is being purchased versus the volume of water that is being extracted from our groundwater resources. Those are being monitored and adjusted as needed.
Right, so we would continue to have blended water. We wouldn't be going to 100% aquifer. We'd continue to follow the same system we have, except that now we have these permanent treatment plants that would provide us with safe water for many, many years. Is that the correct understanding?
That is correct. And the other approach that is actually an option that is laid out in the staff report discusses the possibility of abandoning the wells permanently, which would then add, based on the current bulk purchase rates from Metro Vancouver, approximately $1.5 million per year additional purchase from Metro Vancouver.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, this one's a bit of a tough one for me. I'm kind of wondering, like, we're in Metro. One of the benefits of being in Metro Vancouver is that we don't have to build or operate our own water treatment and sewage treatment plants. And here we are, sort of heading down the path where we're going to be building water treatment plants. So I think we might want to take a little bit more care before heading down that path. And I would like to maybe just consider that, maybe we get out of the water treatment business and we pay a little bit more, but we end up with a consistent quality water supply that we don't have to worry about or maintain or deal with. And that there's a certain amount of benefit to potentially just buying a quality product from an organization that does this all day long. And basically exists to provide this to us and other municipalities. And for us now to be treating our own water to save a few points, I'm wondering whether that's a wise business decision, that if we've outsourced to these things, then to continue to outsource them and maybe head down a path where, as part of the climate action strategy and mitigation strategy, we simply get out the aquifer as a supply of our water, and preserve that for farming and other uses rather than pulling it out of the ground to save a few dollars, which is of course something worthy of considering. But do we want to be in the water treatment business, for the sake of a few points? So I kind of question this. I'm going to think about it some more, see if there's some other comments, but I really question whether we should be doing what Metro Vancouver does for us, and which is the whole point of being in Metro Vancouver in terms of getting that reliable quality water supply. Thanks.
Thank you. For a second time on the speakers list, I have Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much. Right now, a large part of Brookswood is on septic, and they're drawing from a shallow, unconfined aquifer in Brookswood. And as Brookswood develops, the aquifer is not going to recharge because we're going to be sending the septic down the sewer system. There's not going to be septic anymore, so it won't filter back and recharge that aquifer. The other thing that's going to happen in Brookswood is there's going to be massive loss of tree canopy, which is another thing that will jeopardize the recharge capabilities of the aquifers down there. So instead of, taking our aquifer water and sending it to Annacis Island and out into the sea from there, why aren't we just saying this is not a sustainable future plan? It's been nice. We've lived well for many decades now on blended water, but water isn't free and water isn't cheap. It has to be treated. So we just heard that the long-term H2O supply is on the Council Policy Committee's agenda. I would like to move, and I hate to keep doing it this meeting, but I'm going to move that we refer this report to the same meeting where we're talking about the long-term water supply in Langley, because the two are intricately connected. So I would make that referral motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move my microphone back. Thank you, Councillor Richter. Sorry, could you just clarify if you're referring it to a specific meeting? Is that a date certain or?
Well, the clerk just read off that there is a long list of items coming to see Council Priorities Committee.
Okay.
The first item on her list was the long-term water supply in the township. Okay. It seems to me this is an integral part of the long-term water supply in the township and should be addressed at that meeting, which I'm assuming is the first one because that's the first item that she read on the list, but I could be wrong.
Thank you for the clarification. And the clerk is nodding that that is the case.
Great.
Okay, thank you. So now we have a motion to refer that. Can I just take a moment to try and hold on a second. Oh, sorry. We need a seconder for the motion.
I'll second it.
Councillor Whitmarsh is seconding the motion.
Somebody's got a mic on.
I do. I got a mic on. I want to speak. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Councillor Davis.
We've moved and seconded the deferral to the first one on the list. I would support this, and here's why. This started with Murrayville Water, and now we're looking at we're looking at a lot wider spectrum here, and now I understand why, but I think the water picture is maybe just bigger than Murrayville. We tried to get a solution to fix the magnesium and whatever was causing the problem, and now it's a bigger picture. So I don't know about the calendar and when that's going to come up, and they may not be ready for it, but budget comes out at Christmas or at New Year's, and or just prior to that. So it's $6 million. So okay, I'm sorry, I'm babbling. Yeah, I would support the deferral so we can get some more information.
Okay, thank you. Speaking to the deferral, can I have Councillor Ferguson?
I'm speaking to the deferral, but I did want to do a little bit of history here while I'm at it. Working with the region, sometimes you never get exactly what you wish for. Yes, it was indicated that we do have water supplied to us, but you know, there'd been a number of steps. Originally, it was a water treated in a certain way, and then a decision was made to add more treatment, add more expensive treatment plants at the region, which was voted upon by other municipalities that may or may not have been the direction perhaps Langley wanted to go. At one point in time, we even considered going from Metro Vancouver water to using water from the Fraser Valley Regional District, which was good water as well. And there was a big discussion about chlorine and chloramine. And for one word, they're still using chloramine in Abbotsford. It hasn't been shut down by some sort of an emergency or health risks. That never happened. It would have been a lot cheaper for us to go to the regional district at Fraser Valley. So, you know, we sometimes get caught up in these things. It's not about points, it's about logic, what makes most sense and what the delivery of water would be. So the staff have asked what we've asked, you know, have delivered what we've asked them to do. I have no problem discussing more of it, maybe more history of it at these CPC meetings. But I think Langley, you know, thinking outside the box and thinking for the future, especially if the regional district decides to charge, the further you go out, maybe the people further out have to pay more. There could be all sorts of challenges or changes in the future. So it's not always about points, it's about planning for the future. But I will support referral because it's going to be on our CPC anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Long on the referral.
So I'm trying to decide whether referral is the way to go. And so it is curious that it has been mentioned now that the long-term water supply is a priority item for an upcoming meeting. So perhaps staff can explain, you know, just exactly how these two initiatives are linked, whether it really assumes that we're going to go ahead with this, you know, or are we going to change up the game a little bit when we get to the meeting? Maybe we can get some idea of what the long-term strategy, I guess, is being presented at the CPC.
Mr. Safi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand the question correctly, the relationship between this report and what was highlighted by the clerk as being on the CPC agenda, that presentation was more broad in its nature in terms of the overall approach, historic approach of the Township of Langley, which is actually the envy of many municipalities, all municipalities in the Lower Mainland, to be able to rely on groundwater resources for more reasons than just economic. In terms of what I think Councillor Ferguson was also referring to earlier, which is system redundancy, making sure that there's a secure system in place in cases of you know, I guess tragedies or major accidents or incidents. So that said, the overall approach is what the presentation will focus on, as opposed to the more specific issue of how do we deal with this aesthetic concern that was brought to Council's attention last year, which Council directed staff to explore and present Councils with solutions on.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So I still think that we should be proceeding with this. It's the right thing to do. Redundancy, I mentioned it when I spoke in the first time as well. I can remember when there was a boil water advisory put on by Metro Vancouver, and us folks in Aldergrove at the time, we were fine because we had our own water supply. And so it's good to have a backup. We don't have to blend it 100% one way or the other. Staff obviously will have the control over that, but it's a very handy tool to have. And without the treatment plants, we won't be able to blend any water. So if there was an issue, we'd be hooped. So I think we should proceed with it and not delay with a deferral. So I won't support that. Or referral, I guess it is.
Referral. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Long. I don't see any more questions or hands up, so we are going to call the question.
Just point of information, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
My point is, when is the next meeting, CPC?
I'll ask the clerk. Do we know?
At this time, it's unscheduled. There was some consideration given to the vacant Monday this month, but a special meeting was scheduled by council. So we'll be looking toward November and trying to fit one in. Oh, no, pardon me. November doesn't work. There's already a workshop scheduled. I will have to consult a calendar and get back.
Thank you.
Okay, somewhat undetermined at this point. So seeing no other questions, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the deferral, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? Councillor Long
Whitmarsh.
and Whitmarsh are opposed. Okay, so it carries. Thank you. All right, moving on, slowly moving on. Okay, so we dispense with the recreation facility update on our agenda. So now we're moving to item F. So bylaws for first and second reading. F1, rezoning application number 101031 and development permit bylaw number 5640 and 5641. That's a Grey Rose proposal. May I have a motion? Councillor Whitmarsh, second. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Long. Okay. So do we have any discussion? All right, I see Councillor Richter's hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I just have a question to staff with regards to putting two buildings on that half-acre lot. I'm concerned about the overall appearance given that kind of a density in a heritage area. So I guess the question I'm really asking is, why are we allowing two buildings on that one lot? I thought it was only going to be one building and it was going to be on the western edge of the lot.
Mr. Safi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just shared my screen to be able to share some slides with council.
Thank you.
In terms of the proposal and some of its characteristics. As you know, the location is in the Morrieville Community Plan. Back in 1989, council actually approved a direction that staff is actually on at this point, which is to allow what is called limited commercial in certain areas. And the 5 corners was identified with the circle that you see on the screen as the area where some limited commercial uses would be allowed. So the subject site is, as you can see on the corner, the southeast corner of 48th and 216th, and is currently zoned SR1. It is in the heritage revitalization area of Morrieville, which requires council's consideration of heritage alteration permit, even if the proposal was consistent with the community plan or the zoning. It would still require council's approval of the heritage alteration permit. This was subject previously of an application for a much more dense use, if you will, in terms of the floor area as well as the massing of the buildings. This was the previous plan. And after going through the public information meeting, the applicant has come back with what you can see, which is essentially 2 much smaller buildings that is approximately half of the previous proposal in terms of the floor area. And this is the rendering that is based on the architect's drawings, architect's proposal for the site. Building elevations for one of the buildings and the second building. And it provides for limited commercial, with commercial being on the ground floor of both buildings. It provides open spaces, including landscaping areas along both 48th Avenue as well as 216th, as well as a 10-foot buffer, which is about 3 meters on the east side of the property between the two private properties. And the proposal also consists of residential uses on the second floor, and parking meets the objectives of the Township of Langley's zoning bylaw requirements, Madam Chair. So hopefully that addresses the questions of why it's in front of council, and as I said, some of the more detailed characteristics. I leave this on the screen for now. If you wish me to take it off, I will do so immediately.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Saifi. So Councillor Richter, did you have another question, follow up, or?
Yeah, yes, I did actually. Thank you very much. Mr. Martin, who owns the Travelers Bed and Breakfast next door, sent an email to council yesterday raising fire concerns due to the close proximity of this new building to his heritage building there. But what I found of particular interest in the email that he sent was that when he entered into an agreement with the township to restore the bed and breakfast structure, he was assured by the township that the view of the entire bed and breakfast structure from Old Jail Road would be protected. And is that happening with this configuration? Perhaps Mr. Saifi could comment on that as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the proposal consists of 2 stories. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the topography of the area is generally rising to the north, to the southeast. So buildings to the south and east of the subject lands, I think would be able to maintain their view corridors. At this stage, there's been no detailed analysis. The applicant has not been asked to provide a sort of a view analysis of the subject, because it's limited to 2 stories, as well as the fact that the proposal in terms of its form, siting and character, which 2 stories would actually be a part of, was endorsed by the Township's Heritage Review Panel and the Heritage Advisory Committee.
Perhaps, Mr. Saifi, that diagram that's on the top doesn't show us where the second building is. So is the second building going to obstruct the view of the first building? And did we in fact have that in the agreement that was signed between Mr. Martin and the township? I think it was back in 1999 or something like that.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I'm not aware of the agreement. Certainly staff can take a look and find out if there was an agreement. I doubt very much that there would be a limitation put on another property as a condition of, or anything, because the subject lands would have had to have been encumbered by some kind of a covenant that the Township of Langley could not have committed to, because we had no control over that land. Now, that said, I think this is the building that is closest to the property to the east, the Travelers Motel that Councillor Richter is referring to. The 2 buildings are of the same height. So I guess one would have to undertake further analysis based on, I guess, visual inspections of the site, maybe standing at this corner here on the adjacent property, and then checking out the views and taking some pictures. That may be what Councillor Richter is asking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saifi, and thank you, Councillor Richter. Next on the list, I have Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yes, I just wanted, Councillor Richter has answered most of my questions, but I did want to say that we don't very often get these kind of answers or questions for the public. Mr. Martin had indicated a number of things. Mr. Martin and with the neighbor, the Princess of the P next door to it. And he mentioned something about an access road that's not clear. And he mentioned about, although the applicant, as I say, distressed and concerned that the applicant had held a public information meeting, and yet when folks had tried to contact the applicant again, they weren't able to either contact or get the information. And that should be, I guess, entered as part of the record of the public information meeting, that not all, I guess, answers from the public were indeed submitted. So I'm not sure, Mr. Safey, how you normally handle those kind of questions, but that was submitted in a letter to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, if I understand the questions and comments accurately, there is a cross-access easement that the applicant is required to register on title that would allow the property to the east, the Travelers Motel, to be able to access over the subject lands, to be able to access the back end of the property to the east. So that's already part of the application that council is looking at, considering. And as far as, I guess, the process is concerned, our process is as follows. Based on council direction, staff require applicants that, subject to, I guess, various conditions that the application may be subject to. They're required to complete what we call a public information meeting. Now, things have changed in light of COVID, but the original application for this site was subject to a public information meeting that then evolved based on the public input to what council is looking at today. It was based on the public input. Now, because of the significant changes, the applicant would not have been required to undergo another public information meeting, as well as the fact that we are under COVID conditions. Nevertheless, the applicant decided to proceed with a public information meeting second time and received, for the most part, I believe, were positive comments. That said, staff has never assumed the responsibility of verifying the accuracy of the comments, or I should say the legitimacy of the comments that are being provided. What I mean by that is we require the applicants to engage the services of professionals, whether they're architects, professional engineers, or planners, or biologists, or landscape architects, to be on hand, in attendance, to make sure that the public is provided with the accurate information, and then any input that is collected is passed on to the township. Staff does not verify their accuracy, nor has been required in the past to confirm whether they were provided under coercion or under pressure or by township residents versus, tourists or others. That has never been part of staff's responsibility.
No, I understand. It's not certainly staff's fault or anything like that. And I think, you guys do the best you possibly can. Just the odd time we get a question that we're not kind of used to. The number of years I've served on council, we get very little complaints at the public information meeting status. In fact, sometimes the applicants have to beg people to come out to show their project because they want to make sure that that people were aware. And the example I'll use is the folks from the Mormon Church. Many applicants, they just go right there to the Mormon Church and ask for their opinion on things because there's a lot of development in the area and they want to know, so they go right to them. So the neighbor here just basically is saying that he's not sure of the road back. I understand it's registered, but he's not sure, and he hasn't been able to contact them for clarification on a few things. So that's all we can tell is that's the information we can get from the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Councillor Davis.
Hi, thank you very much. Just to refer on the basically this is first and second. This is just going to a public hearing so we can see what the public think. But the information meeting, Mr. Steffi said that did council, when you say council, it comes back to council, but did we get all the information? Did we, because who like, I know there's a staff member at the meeting, at their information meeting, but did the proponent give staff back all the information? Was there anything out of it? Like if it said, "Oh, I don't like it, it's painted pink." So does the proponent go through it all and give us all the good information and keep all the stuff that he doesn't want to get council to get back? There is that. And now that we're on public information meetings and you're filling us in, do we send a member of staff to that meeting? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but that gives an impression, I know, and this just isn't my words, this could be other people's words, that gives it a bit of an illusion that staff is running it. And that's what I'm concerned about. When you say that they came back with this plan because of the information meeting. So did they get all the information? But you know what? I'm going to support this. I'm going to support this to a public hearing because I think I want to hear what everyone has to say. Because I can remember when the neighbor of this proponent was building his new house, and incidentally, what a new house. It's won a few awards, and it's actually, I wish I had his hydro bill. But anyhow, the people were complaining about the view. So now, like, he's got two buildings there, and of course, it was brought up earlier by Councillor Richter, a bit of a view. So anyhow, it'll be interesting. Let's get it to public hearing, and then let's see what happens there. There's just some comments of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had Councillor Long on the list.
I'm not sure how my thing got up there. No, I'm okay, Madam Chair.
It's not there anymore, but I just thought something had happened. So you're good? Okay. I see no more hands up. Thank you, Mr. Safi, for providing some details and for other questions from council. So seeing no further discussion, I would like to call the question. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed. So there's 4 opposed. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
Looks like 3.
3? Okay.
I believe it was Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, and was it Councillor Davis who was opposed?
Ferguson.
Pardon me, Councillor Ferguson. Thank you.
That's it? Okay, that's correct. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So is it carried or defeated?
It's carried.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving on to F2, rezoning application. So F2 is number 100527, bylaw number 5635, Isle of Man Property Group. May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Long.
Councillor
Second,
Long.
Ferguson.
Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All right. Any discussion on F2? I don't see any hands. All right. Seeing no discussion or questions, I will now call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we'll move to F. Oh. Uh-oh. Just one moment, please. Oh, okay. I had to check for the agenda item. All right. So we're moving to item G1, which is the 2021 permissive tax exemption bylaw, 5644, bylaw number 5645, and the report number 20-122. So this is for first, second, and third reading. May I have a motion, please?
Move, Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson, seconded.
I'll second it, Long.
Councillor Long seconds it. Is there any discussion? Councillor Richter. Oh, you can't hear.
Councillor Richter, you're muted.
Yeah.
Okay, now can you hear me? Great.
Yes, thank you.
I did have some questions with regards to, there are some properties here that are owned by a private organization. And the comment said that the private organization may raise their rent to the Aldergrove Food Bank is one of them. And I'm just wondering if we have any indication that that will in fact happen. Because basically what we're doing is giving the private property owner the tax break and not the charity per se, unless it's passed along to the charity. That's my first question.
Thank you. Mr. Backen, do you want to respond, or Mr. Safi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what we're referring to is the fact that some of the leases, particularly commercial leases, are what's called triple net. That is that all of the amount of the taxes and any other associated charges must be paid for by the tenant. And I think what you're referring to is that the circumstance, some of the tenancies are anticipating effectively the taxes are going up. We're not intending and not compensating them for their lease hold for the real property. We're here simply giving them the permissive tax exemption as to the taxation that would apply. That's why we have these entities that are perhaps leasing property. Why they're applying for it and getting the exemption, it's because it's for the benefit of the entity. Otherwise, they'd have to pay it themselves because of the triple net provisions.
Okay. And one of the properties that Langley Good Times Cruise in, isn't that property that the township owns?
That's correct. It's owned by the township, but because it's being used by that entity, they would have to pay the property taxes that would be associated with that. So they're seeking an exemption for the property taxes that only the township could provide.
Okay. And my last question pertains to the Wagner Hills Farm Society located on 264th Street. I know that this is just for a name change, but do we provide tax exemptions to organizations that are fully funded by the Ministry of Housing? And I'm thinking like the Quality Inn, or what used to be the Quality Inn, for example.
I'm sure some of those properties are actually considered to be exempt. So if they're owned by the ministry, for example, they would be exempt in that case, or BC Housing. That's an example of something where there's no taxes due. In situations where properties are owned by levels of government, being municipal or provincial, and they're rented or leased to a third party, they would become taxable, and hence those parties would seek the exemption. So in this case, whether it's the original name of the church or the Wagner Hills as a not-for-profit, the taxes would flow through unless we exempt them.
Okay. And my last question pertains to page 7 of the report on the chart there. And it shows that proposed additions for a partnering property of $671. Is that, are we the partner in that property, or is somebody else the partner there?
Mr. Backen is just looking for the page. Councillor Richter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I found the page. Sorry, which paragraph are we looking at on page 7?
It's the table at the top, the second line in the table, the column that says partnering property.
I believe the reference is to properties that are partnering with the exempt entity. So in that case, it's not the township, I don't believe. I have to look into it further. I think it's simply referencing a property that the not-for-profit is expanding onto and therefore defined as a partnering property.
Okay, because it only lists one, and I was just wondering which one that was. That's all.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking at the list. I'm trying to see if there was any clear additions to it. I'm not seeing it on the list per se. I'm just seeing if there's another one listed. So no, I'd have to go by the statement that it is a partner to one of the not-for-profits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So maybe staff could talk to me a little bit about the Tourism Langley. Now, in all due respect, I hope I'm not going to speak out of turn, but I do believe they're very well funded. And so surely they can pay their share of property tax. That's at the airport, I assume. Doesn't say how much the tax exemption is that I can find, but it does mention that we still give them $51,000 a year as a partnering agreement, which I think we could talk about that another day too. Certainly in the beginning, it was probably a wise move. That money used to go to Chamber of Commerce, and we moved it over to Tourism Langley because it was a new entity. But since then, they've been collecting fairly healthy hotel tax. So I don't see any other financial figures here, but I think they could probably afford to pay the tax. So the question I may have is, were they exempt in the previous location, and how much tax are we talking about? This is for the Tourism Langley, which is attachment E. I hope staff may have that information handy.
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak to the generalities as I try to find more specifics. But as I recall, backing way back, of course, it was a function that was proffered by the Chamber of Commerce. They then broke off amongst themselves and Tourism Langley when the hotel tax became available. The result, therefore, was that I think their previous I guess residency may have been a property that was actually owned by a level of government. They may not have had a lease. I think they may have simply been treated as being a part of the government organization. I'd have to check that. And I think what you're seeing now is the fact they are branching out. They have their own, I guess, designated lease space. So as such, the property that they're leasing would be subject to taxation. The request here is for council to consider if they wish to give them the relief. It's of the taxes themselves. And I'm going by recollection. I think the tax amount for the office space they have was in the area of $3,000 to $4,000. But again, we'd have to check that. What I think I would have them consider to be is if they were to pay that tax, that would simply be revenue that they'd have to redirect from other sources, being the hotel tax itself or from the $51,000 Councillor Long referenced. That's certainly something council can do by not endorsing the tax exemption. Their tax exemption is because of the change of location. And I think it's there simply because if we want them to pay it, council can mandate that by simply having them deleted from the list. But the implication would be somehow to affect their service delivery because they'd have that amount of money reduced from their operating budget.
Well, I don't know how the rest of council feels, but I'll make that motion. Not a whole lot of money, but they do have a whole lot of money. And we're giving them a whole lot of money. And they're a business like anything else, so they probably should pay. Councillor Woodward's on the phone. Maybe he can find out about it. So I'll make the motion. Anybody want to second it?
Do we have a seconder for Councillor Long's motion? Councillor Davis has seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? So just to reiterate, that would be to remove Tourism Langley from the exemption list.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Now, I don't want to cause grief here, perhaps. And I don't want to defer. I imagine we've done a lot of that today. But I mean, I guess I could have found out if other tourism associations get a freebie. I don't know if the Chamber of Commerce gets a freebie. I don't know why it would. There's, like I say, it's a well-funded organization. So I don't think we exempt all our organizations, do we? maybe that's a general question I could ask staff. I mean, if organizations such as Tourism Langley, and I can't think of any, but maybe I could come up with a couple. Are they all exempt? You know.
Madam Chair, I guess I would say this way, the permissive tax exemptions are just that, permissive, so council can, I guess, determine whether they wish to proceed with them or not, and that applies globally or specifically. Some communities don't offer permissive tax exemptions at all. All entities, no matter what they're doing, are required to pay. In this circumstance, I think you would find that it depends upon the priorities of council. It's the, I guess, relative view they have of the function, whether it be a chamber of commerce or a tourism entity. It depends entirely in terms of what the priorities are. I think you would find that they're mixed. And in this case, while we've been chatting, we've been able to determine that the approximate amount of dollars we're dealing with is about slightly under $700 because it's a small space. I thought that the parking stalls might have added to it, but because it's a relatively new space, a small space, we're in the vicinity of about $700.
That's it? $700 for a year? Wow. Wow. Then they can pay it for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Just sorry, Madam Chair. I dropped my hand when I heard that we were discussing $700.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I wonder if the mover would consider an amendment to his motion to not give it, or to give it to them this year, but to have it revisited next year. Because in a normal year, they generate a 2% tax revenue. I'm not sure, this being an unusual year, how much hotel tax they actually generated. Certainly, I was very disappointed to see them not running any ads to come visit Langley. I saw ads to go to Tofino and to Vernon and to the Okanagan and everywhere else in BC but Langley. So I'm wondering if perhaps they are having some financial difficulties this year simply because of the COVID situation. So my question, I guess, is to Councillor Long. Will you consider giving it to them for this year and revisiting it next year?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that, Madam Chair. And in the meantime, we can do some research about other tourism associations. I mean, they're all over BC, right? So I suppose if they're all exempt, we should exempt them, but maybe we can find out about that by next year then. So maybe I'll just withdraw the motion or whatever your wishes are, Madam Chair. It's only if it's only $700, that's a whole different story too, I suppose. But it is a principle.
Well, I guess it's a subjective view. However, it almost is a moot point given the fact that it's a very small sum of money. But I do agree that this type of discussion is very valuable because we want to be able to, consider the fairness and the appropriateness of this going forward.
Okay, that being said, Madam Chair, I'd prefer to leave it alone and let's just vote on it. And if everyone feels they can get it, we'll know by the vote.
Okay. So are you withdrawing your motion? Point of order?
Yeah, I have a point of order as well.
Okay, Councillor Long, is that the case? You're withdrawing your motion?
I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I think.
Okay, so we're just.
I think it's appropriate, and council can decide whether they should be exempt or not with the vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, just as per the council's procedure bylaw, I would like the motion read back, please.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The amendment motion is that the Tourism Langley Association be removed from the permissive tax exemption.
Yeah, no, in that case, given that it's not withdrawn, Madam Chair, I have raised my hand to speak a second time. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Richter.
Yes, and I'd like to move an amendment to the motion for this year only and to be reconsidered next year.
Okay, the clerk is noting the amendment to the motion. Councillor Woodward.
Is there a seconder to that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, seconder.
Well, point of information or something, Madam Chair. Anyone can apply any year. So is the amendment that they are, I don't understand. Are we carrying on with the motion that I've made? And of course, next year you can reapply. You can apply every year. So maybe next year we'll have more information, but I don't understand the amendment. The amendment is to withdraw it or to leave it on, or the, I thought the amendment was to make sure they give us more information next year or something like that.
The motion is to provide the tax exemption this year, but to review it next year.
Well, that sounds opposite to the motion. I don't know. You have to rule on that. The motion is to remove them right now, so you can't make an amendment to not remove them.
Right, I think it's contrary to the intention of the motion.
Okay.
The clerk is nodding that that's the case, so.
Contrary. Okay, so will remove that amendment then.
Okay, Councillor Woodward?
Yeah, no, thanks. I think we've probably spent over $700 in staff time, actually, just about $700. So I think also in a COVID year, I think that, you know, given the issue and the struggles of our tourism destinations here, I just find it just absolutely absurd to be even discussing this. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see no further hands and no further questions. So I'll now call the vote. All those in favor? Is anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Councillor Woodward, Councillor Richter, is that Councillor Ferguson opposed? Yes, and Councillor Davis is opposed.
And Councillor Whitmarsh.
And Whitmarsh. Oh, sorry, I can't hear anything with these things on. So it fails. Madam Clerk. Yes. Sorry, I have to check.
Point of information, Madam
Chair.
I hate to contradict Mr. Backen, but it would seem impossible that a commercial space in a brand new building with 2 parking spaces at the Langley Airport would be paying $700 a year. When my apartment is 900 square feet and I'm paying $2,000. So
Ms. Bauer will jump in momentarily, but I think part of it is the duration of the assessment. The assessment sometimes kicks in partway through the year, and that may affect the overall values. And the space is relatively small, being 694 square feet with 2 parking stalls, but I suspect it's in the context of the time from which it was assessed, because the building, I don't think, was provided with substantial completion until partway through the year. But Ms. Bauer, can you follow up?
Well, that's fine. I mean, certain councils think we're wasting time. I have a principle that I'd like to support. Anyway, the vote's been made, and that's the end of it. So we'll move on. And thank you for the point of information.
Ms. Bauer?
The information I received from Mr. Van is that the tourism.
I can't hear you. No, sorry.
The information I received from Mr. Sam is that is the partnering, the partnering discussion that was discussed earlier.
Councillor Long, does that answer your inquiry?
No, I don't understand what that means, but that's fine. I think we're moving on, but it wouldn't be bad to have the amounts that the taxes are being exempt in the report, unless it was there and I missed it. We wouldn't be having this discussion if it had said $700, perhaps, although I still think from a principal's perspective. I'm curious to know why they didn't have the numbers beside all the exemptions, however.
Thank you. And Councillor Davis, you have your hand raised?
Well, it would have helped if they did have what we were being exempt. But just to clarify, there's a lot more parking at Langley Airport than meets the eye. You just have to cross the street. Okay, over.
We should take a tour. Okay, I see no further comments. Thank you. Now we'll move forward on our agenda. Item H1, bylaws for consideration at 3rd reading, beginning with item H1, bylaw number 5573, cannabis processing.
Okay, point of order, Madam Chair, did we vote on the bylaw that we just were talking about, the permissive tax exemption?
We did need to call the main motion on the tax bylaw.
My apologies. I thought we did that already. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Oh, it's hard to tell from here with hands. Okay, thank you. Now we'll move to H1. May I have a motion, please, on the cannabis processing? So moved, and second? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Davis, thank you. All right, so I have to now confirm if we have any speakers on the item prior to calling the motion. And the answer is?
There are no speakers present for the item.
Thank you, that's good to know. So now we can move to council discussion. Do we have any questions to staff? Any queries? Oh, Councillor Richter.
I know we had a fairly lengthy discussion last time around about why if they're growing the little baby plants, they wouldn't be paying as much as if they're growing the big plants, because I still think it feeds into the same production network. But is this something that we can revisit like next year? Maybe we should be separating out the cannabis from the industrial, like it's been combined in the chart there. And is that something we can come back to next year if we deem it to be a valid discussion to be having, that it should be $5,000 across the board if you're involved in cannabis in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Backen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The general proposition is that the fees and charges bylaw is revisited, I would say yearly. I think we have to pass the fees and charges bylaw yearly. So we'd be having a chance to look at this again next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I see no further questions. And I will now call the question then. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we will be moving forward to item number, see the number.
H2.
H2, thank you. I see everything else but that. So H2, thank you. Bylaw number 5623, Lehigh Hanson Materials. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Davis, a seconder? Can I have a seconder? Councillor Long, I can't hear anything, but I see your hand is up. Okay, do we have any discussion or any questions? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I just want to restate what I said at the last meeting. I'm really not comfortable with having an asphalt batch processing plant that close to the river. So I'm not supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
I'm opposed. So that's Councillor Richter and myself opposed. So the motion carries. Thank you. Now we go forward to I, bylaws for consideration at third reading and for final adoption. So bylaw number 5636, the Janda Group Holdings. May I have a mover, please?
So move, Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson, second. Councillor Davis, thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone
opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just Councillor Woodward here for item J1. I have to declare a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Councillor Woodward. We'll wait until you depart. Are we good? Okay. All right, J1, highway closure and dedication removal, bylaw for final adoption. Bylaw number 5634.
I'll move it. Thank you.
Councillor Long, do we have a seconder?
Davis.
Councillor Davis. Is there any discussion? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I I support having the museum, but I still think that there should have been way more of a public input opportunity on this whole application. So I'm going to support it because I know that having a museum or a new museum is important, but I do so wishing that we'd had more public input. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other hands or questions, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Woodward to come back into the meeting. There he is. All right, item J2. Bylaw number 5620, the LED street lighting conversion loan authorization. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Move Ferguson.
Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded.
Davis.
Councillor Davis. Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Richter.
Just a comment. I am not supporting this. While I think putting LED lights on is good, I don't think putting them on using debt is a good way to approach it. So I'm not supporting this borrowing bylaw. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I see no further questions, so I will.
Sorry, I'm trying to get the light up.
Oh, Councillor Long.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm supporting it for the same reason. It is for well, this was proven to be something that we would be making money on after the payback. The savings alone on these LEDs will pay for the loan and interest. And at some point, we won't have those payments. So it's a very, very wise thing to do. It's also something that I've done in my entire house. I think most households have switched to LED. And there's a little bit of an outlay, no doubt about it. But over time, you're saving energy, which is saving the planet. So I think it's a wonderful initiative. And I'm glad that we're finally at the end of it here.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Richter, opposed.
Councillor Richter opposed. Thank you. It carries. All right. The next item we have on the agenda is J3, bylaw number 5632 and bylaw number 5633, Essence Holdings. They have a mover, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Whitmarsh, and seconded. Oh, Councillor Davis. Thank you. Is there any questions, discussions regarding J3? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Carries unanimously. Sorry. Oh, the DP.
Move the DP.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Second on the DP.
Whitmarsh, thank you. Any questions? No? Let's vote. All in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to item number J4.
So move Ferguson.
Ferguson, oh, he doesn't even let me get the whole thing out. Castle Hill Homes.
Sorry.
That's all right. Jolly on the spot. Okay, so Councillor Ferguson, second, please.
I'll second 5499.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Davis. Do we have any discussion on the item? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries unanimously. Bob's just raising his hand, but I don't think that means he's opposed. Great, thank you. All right. So now we have item.
Councillor Arneson, there's the development permit is that one as well.
You know what the problem is?
Move the development permit.
My crib notes don't say that.
It's development permit 101077.
Thank you very much.
We'll move.
Councillor Ferguson, second.
Second it.
Councillor Davis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And it carries. Thank you. Now we can move to item number J5, bylaw number 5426 and bylaw number 5461, Qualico Developments. Can I have a mover, please? Somebody to move?
Long.
Councillor Long, Councillor Whitmarsh, seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries unanimously.
And there's 2 development permits for this one, development permit 100903 and development permit 100103.
I'll move them both, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Second the both.
That's very efficient. I like that. I see no questions. We'll call the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? And it carries. Thank you. Now we're moving right along. We have item K, there's no correspondence. Item L, there's the minutes of the committee. So the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes.
I'll move receipt. Thank you.
Thank you. And the Seniors Advisory minutes, so I can finish.
Move receipt.
From September 15th, thank you. So it's moved and seconded. Is there any questions? No, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? None opposed, carried unanimously. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Maybe I can just highlight, I'm sure everyone's read the reports, but
yes.
Very sad to announce that, of course, due to COVID, there will not be a Douglas Day banquet this year. For the first time in a century.
Thank you. Wow. Just a point of information then, is there an alternative that's being planned that we would know about? I think there's something maybe in the works.
Well, my understanding is that, although I don't have direct knowledge of this or proof of it, but my understanding is we're sending a nice letter and a card and a gift certificate to all the pioneers so they could go out and have perhaps a nice meal on their own.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, thank you, Councillor Long, for that. Yeah, it is too bad, but under the circumstances, very necessary and wise to proceed that way. Okay, so no other minutes of committees. Item number M, the Mayor and Council report. So maybe what I'll do, is there any council member that would like to give a report prior to the Mayor's report? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Long, Councillor Richter.
I have something under Metro.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I will just proceed then with the Mayor's report. And
I have something under Metro as well, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will just go ahead with my report and then we'll go to your Metro representative reports. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Froese sends his regrets as he was unable to attend today's meeting. We have a few community happenings to mention, and so I'll begin with the Encompass Social Service Society celebrating 25 years of serving youth, families, and those in need in Langley. Mayor Froese provided a welcome and congratulations during Encompass's online AGM on Thursday, September the 24th. Friday, September 25th, Mayor Froese attended a Salvation Army dedication and presentation hosted by the United Way. Several local corporate donors provided much needed school supplies to local children. Thank you to everyone who provided funding for this program. On Friday, September 25th, Mayor Froese attended a photo op that was held at Fire Hall number 6 in Murrayville to recognize the 8,000 non-surgical masks that were donated to Langley by the Taiwanese government, which will be distributed to vulnerable residents within our community. Tuesday, September 29th, Mayor Froese and Councillor Whitmarsh attended the RCMP Situation Table presentation where council members were introduced to the situation table model. Actually, the notes don't say so, but I was there as well. This multi-sectoral collaborative identifies vulnerable people living with acutely elevated risk and rapidly connects them to services. This model has been implemented in over 100 communities across Canada and is considered a best practice in communities. It has led to improved collaboration amongst service providers, reduced demand for emergency and police services, and increased access to services. Wednesday, September 30th was the annual Orange Shirt Day in recognition of residential school survivors. Well, there's Councillor Ferguson in his orange shirt. As part of the ongoing process to achieve reconciliation, the Township of Langley invited residents to wear the symbolic orange shirt to help create meaningful discussion about the effects of residential schools and the legacy they have left behind. On September 30th, I attended a wonderful tour of the Stable Harvest Farm in Murrayville, which is going to extraordinary lengths to grow and provide fresh, wholesome food to those in need in our community. It really is a remarkable operation and a very beautiful property, I might add. And there was also at Fire Hall number 8 on September 30th, a walkout ceremony for Fire Captain Morley Sagert. Congratulations to him on his retirement and our thanks for his many years of service to the Township of Langley. And in closing, please remember to stay safe and stay healthy on behalf of Mayor Froese. Thank you. Okay, so now we can move to Councillor Richter for her Metro report.
Yes, thank you very much. And one of the items that was on the Metro Vancouver Regional District agenda on Monday concerns the Metro 2040 Urban Center and Frequent Transit Development Area strategy. This will be coming out to the different municipalities for feedback and input. And I noted in that strategy that Langley City, with a population of 25,000, is still designated as our only regional center this far east. And given that Township now has 5 times that population, I'm thinking that the time would be opportune when this report does reach our staff, that it come to council for us to have a discussion as to the merits of asking for another designated city center that's in the township. And I'm thinking, for example, perhaps up around the LEC and north of that corridor. So I just wanted to give council the heads up. We are going to have the opportunity to have some input on frequent transit development areas, and perhaps this is our opportunity to step up and say we need to have a designated area ourselves. So thank you very much. And it was a long meeting. We actually went through till 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Councillor Richter. And we have Councillor Ferguson.
You can. There I go. Yes, I did want to say that I was at the Taiwanese event for the fire hall for wearing a mask and things like that. So that was okay. So that was a great event. I want to say that last week, as a member of the Indigenous Committee of Metro Vancouver, and also as a participant of the board chair, Sab Dollywall, and his staff had a presentation by Senator Murray Sinclair on reconciliation. It was an excellent presentation. I think there was over 200 participants on, I believe it was a Zoom meeting, and it really makes you think. It was very, very emotional because it gives you an idea of the trials and tribulations of the Indigenous folk. And I also was at the same time, that's why I was wearing my orange shirt, is I was on treaty talks with Canada, BC, and the Natives Nation regarding more treaty talks in the valley here. So that's ongoing. I did want to speak, and I hope that perhaps Councillor Richter may as well. I am on a utility, and we did have a tragedy at the Capitolino Cleveland Dam where the dam did open up under a maintenance, and there was an accident. It was definitely an accident where the gate opened and a huge amount of water went down, and there was some tragedies, and our thoughts and prayers go out to those families that lost loved ones. There will be an investigation, more information pending, but it's important that we're a member of the Metro Vancouver and let the citizens know that we are watching that out. And we also respect the work done by our staff as well. And I'm not saying mistakes were made, but they all share in the tragedies lost. So I wanted to point that out, Madam Mayor, under the circumstances. So those are my reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long, did you have something you wanted to reference for Metro?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we're moving forward to item O, items brought forward for public information from the special closed meeting. So item number 1 is the TPAC, the Tree Protection Advisory Committee, and that motion was for the members of that group, and that was carried forward. And item number 2 is the Tree Protection Advisory Committee appointments. And so those are listed in the public record. Councillor Whitmarsh being the co-chair and Councillor Arneson being the Tree Protection Advisory Committee alternate council member. Okay, so item number P under other business. Councillor Richter has a notice of motion. Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a long notice of motion, so I'll just move it. I think it's relatively self-explanatory.
Did you wish to speak to it first? No, you have to have a seconder, sorry.
Yeah, I have to have a
seconder. All right, I'm okay. Seconder for Councillor Richter's motion. Councillor Woodward, thank you. Okay, Councillor Richter.
Yes. I'm thinking that there are some things that we do behind closed doors that maybe don't have to be done behind closed doors, and in the interest of transparency should actually be done in the open meeting. Given that we now have a population well over 120,000 people, and our population is subject to the fees and charges and taxes that come from Metro, the representatives that we send to Metro each year, I think should be an open discussion and a transparent discussion. So this particular motion is intended to have the vote for those representatives, which will, I guess, possibly be occurring again this year, be done in an open meeting with speeches from those people on council who are interested in having their names put forward to that, and that we have at least a 50% plus one majority vote on each representative that we elect. And we, of course, have the right to 2 seats on Metro, and each seat carries 3 votes. So that's the rationale behind the motion.
Okay, thank you. I do have some speakers on the list. So Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you. I have toyed with this, and I'd like to make it to move that we move this to the next meeting where we have a full council. Because a motion like this, it's very.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Oh, well, okay. I was just going to say. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess do I keep talking?
Yes, please.
Okay. We're changing the way we vote. Anyhow, so that I'd like to move that we have it so that Mayor Froese, well, the mayor, he actually, it's very important. He has a big role in the Metro too. So I'd like to move that we do a full council, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. Do I need a seconder? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ferguson, yes. So Councillor Ferguson, you seconded that. Would you like to speak to it?
No, Councillor Davis did an excellent job.
Okay, thank you. Also on the list, I have Councillor Woodward.
So now I'm speaking to the attempt to postpone the consideration of the motion. Is that correct?
It is to defer it until the meeting. I assume that the meeting it would be deferred to is October the 26th.
Because I'm not clear on what a full council means anymore with the request for leave of absence. So could I get some clarification on that?
Mr. Backett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're anticipating, I guess, a little bit some of the information that's been shared, but I believe the next full council would likely not be till the first meeting in November. I think that could be the case, or it could be as soon as October the 26th, but that would be the possibility for a full council. It would float from those dates, unless the intent was of the deferral was simply to wait until the mayor had returned.
Okay, so, Madam Chair, I would have, if I have to rush and put my hand up to speak before a deferral motion, I would like to know that so I can put my hand up right away and rush to speak before someone tries to defer something away. I think that I don't really want to speak to the deferral. I would have preferred to try to speak to the main motion first and the rationale for considering it sooner. I'd also, Madam Chair, if I could ask Mr. Backen to give me some advice on what I'm free to discuss around potential timing of reconsideration of Metro appointments.
Ms. Bauer?
Metro Vancouver no longer has a specific date in which council members may be, I guess, best changed. If it was necessary for if council chose it was necessary for the inaugural meeting that happens annually, we would need to have it to Metro Vancouver approximately 4 days before that date. So it would be mid-November.
Okay, so there's some, obviously, I'm not sure what I can discuss out here and what I can't in regards to some discussions that occurred earlier in the council term. So I want to be careful. I don't want to get in any trouble here. But I don't see why we can't consider the merits of this motion right now. But if we're going to defer it to a full council, do we have to get some clarification on what a full council is due to the potential election result, or do we know what a full council will be? I'm trying to get an idea of when this is going to come back.
I understand.
Madam Chair, I think we would have to first begin with the clarity from the mover. Was there an intent to defer this till the mayor has returned or until all council members had returned? In which case the latter may involve a floating date somewhat, because I know there's been a statement that there's a leave of absence in effect. And at this point, I believe that goes to and includes the 26th of October, which would put us into our next meeting, which would be November. Ms. Bauer's looking that up. Otherwise, or was it simply to wait till the mayor returns, which would be for the October 26th meeting? I defer to the mover, Councillor Davis.
No, November 9th is the next meeting. I actually hadn't been informed. I'd heard through the grapevine. I don't like listening to the grapevine, but I'd heard that there was a leave of absence. I kind of forgot about that. And not that I forgot about it. It's just I hadn't. Now there's been an official notice that there's a leave of absence, but I think that this Metro position, now that I think about it, if there is an election for us, if there is a by-election and a new council member is there, why wouldn't you want to include the new member? But as far as I think the mayor needs to be here for the vote. So I guess I would say the mayor.
So that clarifies the intention of the move. Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, can I clarify with Mr. Bracken, then the intent is to bring this back for consideration on the October 26th meeting?
That would be our understanding. The mayor is due.
Right. That'll be our understanding. The mayor is due to return, I think, for the 26th meeting. That's our next meeting, our next regular meeting. We also have a meeting on the 19th, as we've talked about, but that doesn't really apply. So I'm taking Councillor Davis's deferral to be defer the matter simply to the October 26th meeting.
Okay, so I'm
Davis.
going to thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying your intent, Councillor Davis. So we're not looking at an indefinite deferral based upon a leave of absence with an unknown duration. So if we're looking at the October 26th meeting, that's good to get that clarified for staff. I would also like to confirm, though, that I don't support the deferral. If we have a discussion and we come up with a decision that the mayor disagrees with, he can simply move reconsideration and place it on the next agenda to continue the discussion. I would actually like to hear from members of council where we stand on this, rather what feels to me to be like a stall tactic to discuss a very important item. I mean, the interesting part for me, being in the audience for many years and now—
Point of order, Madam Chair. Councillor Woodward is trying to debate the item and we're just having a deferral, okay? So that should be only on the deferral.
Okay, so I'm supposed to rule on these things. So yes, I would support that. We should just be talking about the deferral, not debating the matter.
So I actually think it was quite clear that I was debating the referral, that I don't support the referral, because if we're deferring it to have Mayor Frost return to discuss it, I don't see why that if he disagrees with the decision or wants to add to the discussion, that he can simply move reconsideration, which is his right as the mayor of the Township of Langley. So I don't support the stall tactic to delay discussion on this item. I don't know why we can't debate.
Point of order. Councillor Woodward keeps saying a stall tactic. That is inappropriate. Thank you.
That's not a point of order, Madam Chair. That's simply a comment from a councillor.
Okay.
So if he wants to put his hand up, maybe he can put his hand up. Can I continue speaking, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I do, again, I'm going to repeat it then now, because I obviously it's triggering.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I would ask that the chair would instruct the councillor not to use the word stall tactic. Thank you.
That's not a point of order, Madam Chair, as per the council procedure bylaw.
I think it's a somewhat subjective call. I'm just going to hopefully direct the conversation to be as productive as possible, to address without any language that might be perceived to be less than neutral, to go
Which
ahead.
item in the council procedure bylaw is that a point of order for?
Sorry, but I didn't hear that.
Which item in the council procedure bylaw is that a point of order regarding?
I think it's part of, I'm not really interested in refereeing a debate between two councillors who are having sort of a little fractious get together. I think it would be most helpful, unless you want us to stop the meeting and for us to look at the council procedure bylaw. If that's what you want, then we can do that. I'm going to call a recess if you would like me to do that.
If I can just make a comment whenever I want to call a point of order and interrupt councillors, I'd like to know if that's what we're doing.
That is not the intention of a point of order. The point of order is to bring to our attention something that should be addressed. So point of order. Oh, Mr. Backen actually has a reference. So I will defer to Mr. Backen and his formal reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not intending to get in the middle of the debate, but I believe I can clarify. I believe the chair is making a ruling under Part 9, Rules of Conduct and Debate. There's several sections concerning that. If the point of order is ruled to be inappropriate, it would then be necessary for a challenge of the chair. I think it's simply falling under the facts of general decorum. I don't believe there's a specific section dealing with the reference to the specific language, but it is found generally in that Part 9, where the chair can make rulings as to the conduct of the participants in the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Backen. Well, you're free to challenge the chair if you don't like that ruling. I'm just suggesting, hopefully in a positive manner, to try and move this forward and have a resolution without creating any undue friction. under the circumstances.
Okay, I'll just cooperate, Madam Chair. I actually don't even know what the ruling is, so I wouldn't even know what to challenge. So I'll just end my comments here and just say that I do not support the referral. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Woodward. I have Councillor Davis on the speakers list.
You know, I just took it off. I didn't, but I will comment though. I didn't, it wasn't a stall tactic. As pointed out, Mayor Froese, this is a very, as it was pointed out, this is a very important decision. So why not have the mayor? The mayor actually has a very important position on council. So that's why I just thought that it would be far better to have the mayor here anyhow. So that's all. I just wanted to comment on that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else who is on the speakers list. I just, for clarity's sake, would like our clerk to reread what the motion currently says, just so we all understand. Thank you. We're getting there.
The motion be deferred until the mayor has returned for the meeting. So that's currently scheduled for October 26th.
So, okay. All right. So, oh, I hear a terrible feedback. Oh, that's all right now. All right. So the motion has been made and seconded. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councillor Woodward is opposed. Thank you. Okay. All right, moving on. We have item number P2, the Korean mask donation. I'll just give a bit of an explanation around this because Councillor Kunst, as we know, has put forward this notice of motion, but she is not at the meeting today. And apparently the rules allow that she needs to say yes, so affirmatively say she would like her motion to go forward, which means that anybody could put the motion forward on her behalf. So any councillor is entitled to move the motion on her behalf.
Can I move it on her behalf?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Davis, do I have a seconder?
Whitmarsh.
Councillor Whitmarsh. Councillor Richter?
Yes, in your mayor's report, Madam Chair, you had identified at the end that the masks would be donated to members of the community in need. And I think this motion is actually re-gifting a gift that we already got for the public in need. So I'm actually not sure why it's even being made. I mean, the decision seemed to be that it would be going out to members of the public in need of PPE. And I think that was the intent of the gift, and that's the intent we should be honoring. So I'm not supporting this motion.
Okay, I'm just wondering, based on your concern, if we can maybe have some clarification, because I did myself have a similar question just about the disposition of the masks. Mr. Backen, do you have any further details? He does.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We unfortunately don't have a lot of specific details. I think the intent of the motion may have been to direct that the disposable masks go towards the fire department at the emergency operations program for their day-to-day operations, which I think would then include what you referenced in the mayor's report. That would be either use or donation to affected parties. Ms. Bauer, do you have anything further to add to that?
I believe we're actually speaking of two different donations. The donations from the motion are from a Korean donation. The donations that were the mayor, subject to the mayor's photo opportunity, were actually from the Taiwanese government.
Thank you. That clarifies it.
Yes, is that clarification satisfactory, Councillor Richter?
Yes, that does clarify it, but I'd still like to know when the Gyeong County of South Korea made the donation to us, did they specify who they wanted it to go to?
Madam Chair, I don't believe so. I think that's where some of the secondary confusion exists. I think the intent of this is that the resolution be the council direct that those masks, we'll call the Korean masks, be referred to the Township of Langley Fire Department emergency program for their use in their day-to-day operations.
Okay. And the second question that I had goes back to this motion going on the table. Did I hear, Madam Chair, correctly that Councillor Kuntz did ask that this motion proceed right now?
Can I just refer to the clerk's understanding of the matter?
As per the procedure bylaw, any motion that a council member is not going to be present for, they are required to send in writing a request to me so that it can be put on the agenda. Councillor Kuntz did forward a request that this continue on the agenda in her absence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
I did ask a simple question to the administration. They said bring it up at council. And my question is, would you really need a notice of motion? The fire department, the masks are there. One just distribute them whatever way you wish. And I'm sure they'll all go to good people. I don't know if we need a notice of motion. The second part is that the emergency program is also a shared program between the city and the township with Ginger Sherlock, I believe, administering that, if I may. Is that correct, through the chair?
Mr. Backen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Councillor Ferguson did reference this previously. I think the confusion exists in terms of a general donation to the township and then what be done with that donation. If there was a simple donation to the township, staff would process it, and I don't think we had turned our minds in terms of where the masks are going to be going. This, however, has now been brought up by council, so it is appropriate for council to direct the donation that was effectively to the corporation through council as to where those masks are to go. In this case, the destination would be the fire department and the EOC, and as was referenced, the emergency program, not the EOC, but the emergency program is presently a joint program with the city of Langley. So I guess in that respect, it wouldn't make a differentiation. It would simply go to Ms. Sherlock to coordinate their use as appropriate, and that, of course, of Chief Gamble as to the fire department's needs.
Is that your question, Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodward.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just said, I mean, I also kind of concur with Councillor Ferguson. Seemed like a bit overkill, but we could have probably just done it under new business or something. I also, a couple of times during the summer, I think when there, or earlier in the year when COVID was at its peak, there was some concern that the fire department didn't have some of the supplies that's needed. So I've checked in with the Chief Gamble a couple of times, just very informally, like a while ago, and said, is there anything you need? Is there any equipment that, and the answer has been no a couple of times. So they've caught up and they have all the supplies they need. So I really don't understand, really what this is about at all. I think if the fire department needs masks, we'll buy them and get them masks. So I don't really know why this is here at all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad you straightened out the confusion between the two donations. And I know that so through that last donation, there's 10,000 masks already happening through the fire department. I wonder if I could make an amendment to make us all happy that it should be given to the EOC. That's and they can determine whose needs. Isn't the EOC supposed to be overseeing everything COVID? So our Emergency Operations Center, Mr. Bakken being in charge of that, would take charge of this, which he probably already has anyway, but in a formal matter, seeing how the motion's already on the table. I understand that some thought it may not be necessary, but it has been moved, it has been seconded. So I'll move that therefore be resolved that the council give control to the EOC for the distribution of the masks.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Do we have any further discussion on this? I guess if I just going to weigh in kind of informally, I see the distinction. I don't see necessarily, I guess the issue. I agree with some of the perception about the firefighters in particular, and also the EOC being a good body in which to distribute those. So I don't have any problem with that myself. I just want to confer with Mr. Backen about the capacity, and that, you know, that would be something that would align with their current activities.
Madam Chair, no, I believe it would align. We're simply talking about the distribution channels, and whether it be through the fire department or the EOC, which are almost analogous. I think they'll be distributed appropriately.
Thank you. And Councillor Davis, did you have a question?
You know, that's moving it for Councillor Kuntz, and I, you know, it could go to the OC and they could distribute it to the firemen. I don't know if maybe we should call the question.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I see no further questions, so I will call the question. So call the question on the amendment, and we're all clear what that is. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None opposed. Okay, Madam Clerk has noted that. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the main. I hate these things. Now we need to call the main motion as amended. I'm getting the high sign. David? Oh, sorry, Councillor Davis and Councillor Ferguson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, you know, I don't know what happened there.
Okay,
Steve?
Madam Chair, before you go to resolve it to special closed, I have 3 items I'd like to bring up under other business.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more item, the on-table item. So maybe we should dispense with that, and then you can, we'll talk about your items for the closed, if that's okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Davis, did you have an issue with the vote?
Well, I didn't know something happened, and a lawnmower was just driving by. I'm sorry, and I didn't. I didn't hear what I even voted for. I thought we were just going into. Did I vote against something there?
We can clarify your vote.
Through the chair to Councillor Davis, that was the vote on the main motion as amended regarding the donation of the mass.
Okay.
So you voted for the donation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for wasting time.
That's fine. Thank you. All right. So we dispense with that. So item P3, everybody should have a copy of that on table. So this is the item that has to do with Councillor Kuntz requesting that she be given a leave of absence and her willingness to waive her pay. And so this is an item that's apparently covered more or less under the community charter about how long somebody can be away. However, I think that the outstanding issue that would require resolution is the degree to which council has to give direction and support for the fact that she wishes to waive her remuneration for that period of time. So I would like to put this forward for council questions, debate, and consideration, so we can move on this item. Is there, Councillor Richter, your hand is up. Is that for this item? Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I don't understand why we would have to approve a leave of absence. She's just requested a leave of absence to get through the election, and that she doesn't wish to receive a paycheck, which is fine by me. But our authority, doesn't it only kick in like if she misses 3 consecutive meetings and then we can declare her seat vacant? It doesn't sound like she's going to miss 3 consecutive meetings with this request. So I think we should just receive it for information.
Thank you for your comments. I think that Madam Clerk is ready to respond with her holistic understanding of the situation. If we could just listen to her brief explanation of the situation.
Through the chair to Councillor Richter. The community charter does allow for a councillor to request a leave. In this case, Councillor Kuntz has requested a leave. we need direction for staff, particularly on the matter of the remuneration. Staff must follow the policies of council. The policy of council is that councillors receive remuneration. So it would be applicable that council would direct us, therefore not to provide the remuneration.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we accept Councillor Kuntz's request as presented.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Davis, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Davis, you had your hand up.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm okay. No, I'm okay.
Okay, I see no further question. So, oh, Councillor Long, did you wave your hand?
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
The waters, it's a nice offer that she's made, but it seems to me that this has happened once before when Councillor Drysdale took some time on, or maybe not. Maybe he was able to campaign and still be within the three meetings. I don't think there's a need to waive her pay, but if that's her desire, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other comments? So I'll call the question. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So Councillor Richter, you had 3 items to be on the closed meeting?
No, not to go on the closed meeting under other business. These
oh, sorry, I apologize.
Agenda items, yeah.
Oh, okay.
My first item has to do with the items distributed that came to council on October the 1st. Item number 10 on page 15, which was in reference to a letter sent to council by Pam and Sam O'Melaniak. I would like to request that staff send a copy of this report to Mr. and Mrs. O'Melaniak.
Mr. Backen is nodding. Good direction. Yes.
All right. The second item is I had a discussion this week with a resident who lives on 36th Avenue in Brookswood in the section of 36th Avenue between 200th Street and 196th Street. And he has indicated to me that it's become a very, very unsafe stretch of road due primarily to large trucks rat running through it. So instead of coming down 200th Street and turning onto the truck route on 32nd Avenue, they are actually turning onto the truck route, or not the truck route, onto the road at 36th Avenue, which is not a truck route. And they're moving very quickly once they get around that. So I'm wondering if council could please request that staff report back on this safety matter on this traffic safety matter on 36th Avenue with hopefully some potential solutions.
Thank you.
Okay, and my third item is a request about outdoor burning. Are we going to have it this year? And if we are, what are the dates?
Thank you very much. Mr. Backen?
Madam Chair, I think the chief may be here, but I'll go by what I understand the situation. I believe, subject to environmental conditions changing, we would be having a burning season. It would run roughly from October 15th to, I think, November 15th. And it would be, I guess, regulated by way of a permit process, but the permits would be provided online, and that people would have to go online and fill out a document, a declaration, and make I think, the usual fee and go from there. But Chief, are you out there? Don't think the chief is right there at the moment, so we can follow up and confirm that then.
Okay,
and,
so Mr. Backen, October 15th is very rapidly approaching. It's 10 days away. Can we get an announcement onto the website as well as into the township page?
Madam Chair, definitely on the website township page, we'll certainly attempt to. Again, our caution is only subject to environmental conditions because of the other smoke that's in the atmosphere. So we got to be a bit careful with that because it's ultimately going to have to be done in conjunction with air quality in Metro Vancouver.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Richter. Is there any other business to add? Seeing none.
Termination.
No, we don't.
I have to.
Don't go into termination.
I have to make a motion to resolve into the special closed meeting first. So first and second, yeah. Councillor Davis, second. Did somebody do it? Oh, Councillor Whitmarsh, okay. All right, so so now we're going to resolve to go into the special closed meeting for the purpose of discussing consideration, personnel, and labor relations. Now, David, it's your turn. Oh, we need to vote on those items.
Madam Chair, and the on-table items, Ms. Bauer, any on-table items this time? No on-table,
No.
so just the 3 items, unless there's addition by council.
Yeah. Can I have a motion? Councillor Ferguson and Long? No? Oh, okay. I can't make out what you're saying. Sorry.
I'm a little lost.
Oh, I see. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? We're good.
Are we
Okay.
now, do we?
We have a 5-minute recess until we return, and we will reconvene in our closed meeting.